X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. The spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cold and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep vaping with my mills, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Well, what do we have here? A bunch of little gay chatters waiting for their favorite live streamer to go live? Now this can't be real. Now this can't be real. A bunch of little gay people? A bunch of little gays in my computer? What? What? Again? I have been called. Hello there. Super gay? Yes, you are all super gay. Hello everybody. How are all of you doing on this lovely evening? Let me tell you, this stream was, I won't say like out of nowhere or like very impromptu or anything like that, but it was I guess I could say, I just kind of rushed it, you know? I was really busy in the time leading up to the stream playing World of Warcraft with a friend, and I went and I got in the shower, and I thought I was in there for only like 5 minutes, like really quickly washing up my hair, getting my hair brushed and everything before I go live. But by the time I got out, I was already a minute late to go live, and it was already 12:01, and that was pretty upsetting, but that wasn't too late, so hopefully you guys don't mind. Are we doing some Destroy All Humans 2 later? Unfortunately, I don't think we will have time for Destroy All Humans 2 tonight or tomorrow night. I really want to focus tonight and tomorrow night on doing lots and lots and lots of political segments. I'm trying to overwhelm my editor with as many segments as I can possibly produce. I know Destroy All Humans 2 is fun, but don't worry, we're gonna get back on it. We're gonna get back on it, don't you worry. Maybe even whenever I finish the game, I'll get Cherry to edit together a compilation where it's like all the parts of my stream where I play Destroy All Humans 2 cut together, all up from all of my different streams, into one long video. And that can be Xander Hall plays through Destroy All Humans 2. It would probably be less than 12 hours, around 12 hours maybe of total, like, runtime, as long as it was cut down fairly, you know, well, I think. It could be cool. You just aren't confident you can beat that platforming level. I am definitely dreading booting the game up again, purely because of that platforming level, I will admit, but I promise you that's unrelated to why I'm not playing the game today or tomorrow. Thankfully, though, and I will say this, after today and tomorrow's stream, we will do a purely gaming stream the day after, okay? And we will get nice and far into Destroy All Humans 2. At the very least, we'll be destroying the big kaiju. Title name, Zan destroys all humans with a Russian MILF. That would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. That is basically my life, honestly. Christ. Anyway, chat, how are all of you doing today? Today's been kind of a lazy, like, you know, like kind of a lazy day for me. I've been playing WoW all day. Hey, Evie Gretel, what's up? I've been playing WoW all day, just kind of vibing. I don't know if you can hear it, but the cat just likes to ree every time she hears me in here doing anything, because she's mad that she's locked out. I'm gonna sell you to the Bean Factory, Luna. I'm gonna sell you to the Bean Factory. I told you how they make beans. I like to threaten the cat. I'm gonna sell her to the Bean Factory. I'm pretty good. I ate weed gummies and now I'm sleepy. Weed gummies are pretty based. I do think weed gummies are based. I've just got concentrate. I've never done edibles before. But one day I shall. And my first time trying edibles, I am going to... oh my god, I'm going to eat... I want to try like a 500 milligram edible my first time or something, you know? Just really give myself a challenge. Nothing that'll definitely kill me, but a challenge, for sure. Definitely a challenge. Edibles are worth it? I've heard. I've heard a lot of good things about marijuana edibles. I heard they are actually quite effective and quite poggers. No. Your friend Jen. Thank you so much right at the beginning of the stream for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. So nice of you. So base, so kind. That is $25 Redinos right there. I hope that Get Maddie, Big Poobus, Z the Freeman, and Comrade Zola all really appreciate those tier 1 gifted subs. You just, like a baptism, shed their whiteness away. Like original sin. You love to see it. You love to see it. Thank you. I really appreciate that, your friend Jen. That is fucking goated. Your donation is extremely appreciated. All white names will die. That is my vow. That is indeed my vow. Thank you, your friend Jen. Alright, let me update the dono go really fast. Based? Based? $25 already raised? That's poggers. Just joined today, so that's very generous. Enjoy that blue name, Comrade Zola. As a matter of fact, if, I'm gonna go ahead and shout out my website right now, if you guys don't mind. If you're watching right now and you would like to support the stream directly, whether it be financially or just by, you know, being a part of the community for completely free, you can come over to my website, xanderhall.com/live, and make an account. Chances are your ideal username will not be taken yet. So come to the website and, you know, reserve your username, make an account, come talk in the chat. It's the chat that you see on screen right now, the chat that I usually look at and respond to. Overwhelmingly, I don't really look at YouTube or Twitch chat. And it's the chat that's immortalized forever in every video and stream VOD whenever it goes up on YouTube, because the chat was on screen. So, like, if you say, I was here, then YouTube viewers in the future will be able to see you saying, I was here. It's neat. If you want to be part of that, come to the website. One Piece 34, thank you for the $5 donation. Base, thank you. Says, here's one more Billiam clip I got. Billiam. Another Billiam clip. Well, I paused it. I swear I paused it. I swear I paused it. I swear I paused it. I swear. As soon as it opened, I was fast enough to click pause, and then it unpaused without me clicking anything, just to piss me off. Just to piss specifically me off. I really do hate YouTube. Like, the way that it functions, like, on a technical side. Like, it just sucks to use. I don't know why. It wasn't always like this, but I don't know. Anyway, let's check out this video. This is a Billiam clip. Billiam, not Squilliam, by the way. Billiam. Alright, what is this?
And that makes me very sad. Look at this squid with an 8K retina display. It can change all different kinds of colors. Hold up, squids? Well, Professor William Gilly, you did it. I hope you're happy. You and your love for cephalopods created one of the most cursed things I have ever seen. In the final episode of The Future is Wild, the conclusion to the 200 million years New World arc, we meet the series' final boss, the big bad, the terrestrial Mega Squid. Mega Squid is bigger than any animal alive today. It walks on the ground and it eats anything it wants, stretching out its gross tentacles to grab what it likes. Suddenly, Mega Squid and that makes me very sad. Look at this squid.
You should have started at the description of Mega Squid. That's where you should have started that clip. Though I appreciate that. I might check out this channel. I will admit, One Piece 34, this Billiam guy seems like a silly lad. He seems like a funny lad. And that tells me it might be some good content I might want to check out. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate that, One Piece 34. Thank you for the donation. And of course, if you would like to support the stream directly and help, help with the money-saving effort to move to Seattle and for me to rent a house up there and start raising quail and all sorts of cool animals and incorporating that into my content because everyone loves animals. You can donate, subscribe, or gift a sub to me on my website, xanderhall.com/live. Support me on YouTube, Twitch, or hell, you can just leave a like on YouTube. Oh yeah, that felt good. Or you can just leave a like on YouTube for completely free. It only takes half a second. You know, it's not a hollow show of support that just tells me, people like my video. It actually forces YouTube to push my content way more in the YouTube algorithm, which means more people clicking it, more people watching it, more people liking my videos, subscribing. You know, it just generally means more support for me. So definitely hit that like button if you haven't already. In fact, I'm going to extort you guys to do it. We got 126 viewers on YouTube already. Absolutely phenomenal. If you're watching on YouTube right now, come on, hit that like button. We only got 60 likes out of 128 viewers. Come on. Come on. I know at least half of you here have the like button within, like, clicking distance. Don't be one of those people that never hits the like button. Come on. Come on, it's totally free. It doesn't take anything out of you. I dare you. I dare you to do it. In fact, chat, I'm about to do something drastic here, okay? I want you to listen to me. I double dog dare you to hit the like button. Now you have to do it. There's no question now. Wow, the likes really jumped after that one. Holy fuck. God damn. Wow, thank you. I really appreciate the likes. Wow, holy crap, are we about to hit 100? Oh my lord. Thank you. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate it. This is what I'm talking about. These are some goated fans. Peer pressure does work? It does indeed. I already paid my Zan support to the state already. One Piece 34, thank you for the $5 donation. Yet another, I really appreciate that. Very kind of you, very generous, very helpful. Every single donation counts and helps, thank you. Said, alrighty, here's a funny meme and a link. What is this?
Man.
I just realized... I just realized my, my sinuses are, like, low-key kind of drippy. I kind of got the drippy whippy sinuses right now, and I also just realized I have absolutely no fucking water on my desk right now, which means that I'm slowly just going to get more and more dehydrated, which is just going to make my voice go more... You know that noise when someone's, like, really dehydrated and they start to sound like that? That's just going to get worse and worse, so I'm going to go get some water really fast, chat. Get water, drink. Thank you, Gay Trash Gremlin. Thank you for the permission. I'm doing it now. Teacher's gone. Let me copy your homework. Better not. Don't be cheating in my class. Don't be cheating in my class. I'll get out the paddle. I'll get out the fucking paddle. Don't make me. If he's not back in 15 minutes, then we're legally allowed to leave. I think that's how it works, yeah. I love that line because it's from Community. And it's like, you're legally allowed to leave your fucking college class, you know, like whenever you want. You know, like there's no like law keeping you there. You're paying to be there. It's pretty funny. Students are the proletariat and cheating is praxis. It really is. Unironically, that is how school functions, okay? It's true. It's very true. Alright, let's check this video out. Thank you, One Piece. I really appreciate that. While we watch this, I will update the dono goal.
Man. Fuck the police. Huh? Amy?
Shh! I'm busting you out.
Finally. I hate this place.
I can't believe you're still here. Didn't Gunn realize they have the wrong guy?
Well, after my escape from the city, they charged me with a bunch of crimes. Destruction of property, vandalism, disorderly conduct,
Wow, that...
extreme negligence, reckless evading, indecent exposure,
That's a lot of...
assault, third-degree manslaughter, parking illegally, second-degree manslaughter.
I can't
Jesus.
believe you were framed for all of that.
Framed?
Yeah, you were framed by Shadow, right? Don't tell me you actually did all that stuff.
I didn't park illegally.
Holy shit.
Hey, you try running from the police without breaking any laws.
Okay, but like, manslaughter?
Look, I couldn't steer the board very well, and I ran into a car, it flipped over, apparently there was a whole family
Decent
inside.
exposure?
Oh my God! What the fuck, Sonic?
Hey, it's not my fault. I was distracted by the sick tunes. Oh yeah, apparently that violated the noise ordinances.
Sonic!
Yeah, Ames, what's up?
I came to help because I thought you were innocent.
Oh, well, I'm not. I committed a lot of crimes.
Why should I even help you?
Well, this
This is
is a
vile.
federal prison you broke into, so that means you're also a criminal.
Oh yeah, good point.
Thanks.
So, does this make us partners in crime?
Don't push it.
Oh my gosh, we could be like Harley Quinn and the
If
Joker.
you don't stop talking, they're adding murder to the charges.
That was pretty great. That was pretty great. One Piece, your video selection game is getting better. I'm not gonna lie. Your video selection game is improving. Why? Because she just murdered comedy? Yes. Murder was already part of the charges. Manslaughter is not the same as murder. I mean, technically it kinda is, but I mean, legally it's not. Manslaughter is pretty much legally killing someone on accident because of, like, negligence, pretty much. You know, maybe you ran a red light and ran someone over, or, like, someone ran into the street when they weren't supposed to and you ran them over. You might get hit with manslaughter charges for that. Kind of depends. It's kind of like when the court is like, well, you killed someone and it was clearly not intentional murder, but you still need to be punished for it. That's pretty much what it is. Or if you did commit murder, you can plead down to manslaughter. If, you know, the DA, or if you're going on federal charges, if the federal, you know, if the feds decide to try to, like, scare you, you know, you can plead down to lesser charges, I suppose. And so manslaughter could be, you know, a better out. It's also there for that. Your friend Jen, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Deers. I really appreciate that. $5 Adinos, very kind of you, says because Sonic is gay. Sonic is canonically gay, that is true. I know that because gay people can run fast. I don't know why, but it's always true. I don't know. It's like how trans people can double jump, gay people can run fast. What is this lore? I don't know, I'm high. What do you think this is? I'm Xander Hall. You watch my streams, I'm stoned as shit, talking out my ass, okay? We're just vibing here, okay? What can asexuals do? Fly. One Piece 34, thank you for the $5. Says, alright, one more meme. Okay, One Piece, let's... Alright, One Piece, let's see this meme. What is this? Let's see. Why is it... Why would it open... Why on earth would it ever open in that tab? I've opened the last 4 videos and moved them over to this screen. Why on earth would my computer think I want to open in that window? Okay.
Shadow!
Thank you, One Piece.
Did you just murder that gun soldier?
It wasn't murder. It was a 97th trimester abortion.
True.
That just sounds like murder.
I thought you were pro-choice.
Oh no, are you pro-life?
Of course not.
Oh, thank God.
I'm not pro-anything.
What?
I'm anti-life and anti-choice.
Oh, Jesus, why do I hang out with you?
Average conversation with, like, an edgy 14-year-old atheist on the internet? Jesus. Uh-oh, we're gonna see this on Ruben's channel next week? Are we? How so? Explain. What is the context of this meme? Is Dave Rubin gonna call me out for watching Sonic videos on stream? Is that what you're saying? Ace people are dragons? Now we're really digging into some deep lore. I need cock, Walter. I need cock, Walter. I love that meme. Hey, Cherry, how you doing? All right. I need all of you to listen, okay? There comes a time when a man has to stream for like 6 to 8 hours straight, producing political segments to flood their editor with. It just happens, okay? It just happens every once in a while. And let me tell y'all, today is one of those days. I got a lot of stuff that I got to cover today. A whole lot of segments I've got to produce. We're grinding the fuck up today, okay? We're grinding our heads off, our dicks off, our balls off. We're grinding hard, and we are grinding fast, and we are grinding nice and moistly, wet goopy. I don't know. Listen, we are grinding today, okay? I want you to spam the Xander gods in the chat, okay? We're powering me up, all right? Power me up, chat. I just realized I got my window open, and I probably shouldn't be screaming. I'm taking in the power. I'm taking in the power. Yes. Yes. Oh! Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the power. Thank you. Raise your arms. Give him your energy. Yes. Give me your energy. Yes. One Piece 34, thank you for the additional $5 Adino donation. Reno says, all right, one more video about Bri. This turn it a Breaking Bad video animation. I have no fucking clue what that... I have no fucking clue what that was supposed to mean, but I appreciate the $5. Thank you, One Piece. Very based and kind of you. What do hick? What do hick is this? What do hick is this? All right, let's check this out. Okay, Walt and Jesse. All right.
We will produce a chemically pure and stable product that performs as advertised. No adulterants, no baby formula, no chili powder.
No, chili pea's my signature.
Not anymore.
I ran over those gangbangers. I killed Emilio.
I will kill your wife. The methylamine keeps flowing no matter what.
That's actually pretty cool. That's pretty dope. If you have not seen Breaking Bad, you really should. You should watch it. You are bad at typing. I am extraordinarily bad at typing, though I'll tell you what I can do. Double check when I'm about to press enter. So I may suck at typing, but the outcome is still the same. Yes, that was a Dexter's Lab parody. Very based, very pog. I should put my water there so it's not in the way of the camera. All right. I figure I ought not hold off on the politics and the drama and the whatnot that y'all are here for today. Listen up, chat. Hoo-wee. What the heck? Where's the video at? What do heck? What? Oh, here it is. Is that it? Guh? What is going on? Hold on. Give me a moment. There was a very particular video, that I wanted to check out. I had it up earlier. Is it not on YouTube anymore? What the hell? Huh. Did the video get taken down? I literally had it up on my screen earlier today. I wish I hadn't closed it. Bizarre. Oh my lord. Yeah, we're covering Twitch drama in a moment. Just give me a second, chat. I am trying very hard to find this video. What the fuck? What? What do you mean? What? What do you mean? What do you mean it's not coming up? What do you mean? Okay. Wait. Okay, what? I hate YouTube so much. I hate the way that YouTube functions. What? No, you gotta be shitting me. What? I'm trying so hard, chat. These fucking YouTubers and streamers. Is this it? 14 hours ago? This must be it. Okay. This has to be it. I don't know why it's not showing any progress. Okay, this is it, I think. Is it? Okay, let me check. I don't pre-watch, chat. That's why I have to check. No, shot. This isn't it. Are you kidding me? YouTube took down... Either the YouTuber themselves or YouTube took down the video I had planned for us to respond to on stream. It no longer exists. It just isn't around anymore. That's what I'm trying to do, Lil Bass 89. I'm really or 82. I'm really trying. That's exactly what I'm trying to cover, but the particular video I was going to cover just doesn't exist anymore. Wow. What the fuck? It was a video from a popular Twitch streamer. I thought it was Ludwig. I could have sworn it was Ludwig. I was almost certain it was Ludwig, okay? Almost certain. Talking about how Slicker scammed him out of like 30, like a bunch of money, or like back in the day. And he also covers like a few more people that like he puts together whoever it was that did it. I don't think it was Ludwig. That was Ludwig. YouTube is not showing me the video. I'm searching Ludwig, Silker, Scammer. Like none of the video's just not coming up. It's just not coming up. Oh, there it is. Mogul Mail. That's the name of the channel. Oh, I fucking hate YouTubers. I hate YouTubers so much. Stop making stupid side channels. Oh my fucking god. Oh, I hate that shit. Oh my god. Oh, that's why I threw away the idea of having a second channel. Oh my god, I fucking hate it. I get having like a live streaming channel and then like a YouTube video channel, but what's the fucking point of having a second channel with a completely different name with no like correlation with your branding on other stuff? I don't know. I hate that. I really do. It's bad. It's bad YouTubing in my opinion. I'm mad. I'm molding right now, okay? I'm maximum molding. Wildstar, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Says, have a good night, buddy. Impressed you're streaming this late. I am a fucking goblin, okay? Much like a goblin or an orc of the mines of Moria, I am not capable of withstanding the blazing glory of the sunlight, and thus I am left to stew deep inside of the caves of Middle-earth, the dark places away from the sun. By that I mean I stream at night and I sleep during the day, okay? Zan, Goblin Arc. Thank you, though. I really appreciate that, Wildstar. Very kind of you. Very based. Very poggers, even. Let me update this. All right, I think I found the video, by the way. Very nice, very nice, very nice. All right. He's had that channel for like 2 or more years, I think. Listen, okay? I'm triggered. Don't question it. I get that high P777, but for me, and this is my recommendation to anybody who wants to start YouTube, if you make any second channels after your like main channel gets successful, there should probably be like some like tie through to your, you know, main branding, just so that you know that people from your main thing are coming over to your new thing, as well as people from your new thing going over to your other stuff, you know? It ensures that you're constantly like bringing new people to all of your online ventures. That's the way that I see it, at least. That's the way I think about it, at least. All right. Guys. Yeah, like Vosh and Vosh Pit. Very good branding, yeah. It is poor Zan who blames others for his lack of memory. Listen, okay? How dare you be 100% correct? How dare you be spot on? Okay. Listen, guys. Shut up. Let's get started. You all know what to do when I say action, right? Chat? Y'all know what to do, right? Yeah? Yeah, come on. Come on. You guys know what to do. Come on. Come on. Come on. You guys know what to do. Yeah, okay. All right. 3, 2, 1, action. All right. Listen, my opinions of Twitch streamers are not very positive generally. I mean, there are certainly Twitch streamers that I like. In fact, there are many that I like. But a lot of the most popular Twitch streamers, with very few exceptions, tend to be these very vain, sort of basic, clouded up douchebags a lot of the time. I won't name any names except for one. One of the people in question is Slicker. Now, Slicker certainly was never one of, like, the biggest streamers on Twitch. If none of you know who this guy is, I'll show you a picture of him. You probably recognize him, and when we watch this video in a moment, for some reason I have very little doubt that you guys will recognize his voice as well. Where's a good picture of him? Here it is. Here he is. This is the guy. This is him right here. You probably recognize this dude. He's not like a massive streamer or anything. I don't think he was ever like super duper huge or anything, but he generally pulled like a lot of like people from like large YouTubers who would be on their shows, who would be on their streams, who would go on podcasts, he would like argue with people on there, and you know, he was known for his being an asshole. He was known for being an asshole, and people just kind of thought, oh, he's playing a character, right? He's just playing this like character where he pretends to be an ignorant douchebag, right? Turns out he was not playing a character. Turns out when somebody on the internet says they're a piece of shit, sometimes it's kind of worth believing them. Sometimes they're telling the truth, and it's not a epic, haha, funny, ironic meme or them playing a character. Sometimes it's just them being themselves. And like Grade A Under A, ironically enough, Grade A Under A and Slicker have basically the same accent, like the British accent. That sound like the London British accent that sounds like this, right? Hey, bruv, how you doing, bruv? Oi, you want some tea, bruv? I don't know. Listen, we're getting a little racist now. I do hate British people, and I do think that all other races on Earth are superior to British people, but I'm not a racist, okay? I'm not a racist. With that said, though, Slicker's an asshole. And for some reason, he had like a fairly decent following online, only recently he kind of started to get addicted to gambling. And this is pretty common with Twitch streamers nowadays. For some reason, gambling has become quite the meta on Twitch. I mean, I watch my fair share of gambling content. I like watching XQC gamble, and I like watching Trainwrecks gamble, but usually just like the compilations of them winning and freaking out because they got a massive jackpot. I just find that enjoyable. I gain joy from watching other people experience joy for some reason. I don't know why. Anyway, with that said, Slicker got super addicted to gambling, which eventually meant that he went into debt and had no money. So he started borrowing from people, sometimes even his fans, and not paying them back. This whole story just blew up like yesterday. This all came out like yesterday, if not the day before yesterday. This is a huge story. This is blowing the fuck up. I don't really want to spoil too much more before we get into it, but this is Ludwig on his second channel. I absolutely despise that it does not have the same name as his main channel. It doesn't mention Ludwig in that channel name. Regardless, though, putting aside my my rage, this is Ludwig. Popular streamer, content creator, YouTuber, and so on. He's going to go over some of the, the put together details of all of this. But the reason why I want to cover this as well is because, well, I feel like a lot of people in this space might be kind of susceptible to scamming. You see, recently there was a post that went around on Lefty Twitter about a user who has been repeatedly creating new Twitter accounts or changing the name and like the @ of their current Twitter account and basically claiming to be different people from different marginalized groups in a bad financial situation and beg for money. And then they change the account and their identity again. And all of a sudden, first they're a black, disabled, transgender woman living on the streets of, this city on the East Coast. And then next they're a disabled, Jewish white man, with autism, who lives on the West Coast. And it's like they're begging for money through like a little coffee link or whatever it is. That stuff happens. That stuff happens. And I oftentimes find myself with like a weird moral dilemma when I get messages on Twitter from somebody like, hey, I'm in a really bad financial situation, or hey, me and my partner are homeless right now. Could you retweet this? Could you support this? Could you support, like, that kind of stuff comes up into my DMs all the time, and I don't know what's real and I don't know what's fake. I usually scan over it and see, and if it looks real, I'll retweet it. But oftentimes I have to ignore it just because I don't know if it's legit or not, and it's so easy for it to just not be real. There's so much of a likelihood it's not real. So with that said, I do think it's worth talking about the possibility of people in the space getting scammed. I also think it's worth talking about this because, well, I find that right now especially, people are having a really hard time accepting that sometimes when people on the internet admit they're an asshole, they're telling the truth, Like, everybody just kind of wrote off Slicker's behavior and personality as being a character that he plays, and nope, it's not a character, and we're about to get into that in a moment. Can you think of any other popular figures who do horrible things or say horrible things who get all the criticism shrugged off of them, all because they say it's just a joke or it's just a character or it's just satire or whatever? People are very unwilling to accept the truth when people say it to them. Anyway, let's hop into this video. Ludwig, break it down. Sorry, I should say Ludwig? Ludwig? Is that how you pronounce it? Ludwig. Ludwig. Is that the German pronunciation of his name? Ludwig. I think I got it right.
Scammed. Again. How's it going, boys? Welcome back to Mogul Mail.
No?
Today we are
well, fuck you.
In a new setup talking about what I think is the largest ever scam in Twitch or live streaming history. And it was done by a streamer a lot of you guys might know. It's Slicker. If you don't know, he started in...
All right. This is a little bit fast. Holy shit. This man speaks pretty damn quick. This guy's a fast talker, it seems. Holy shit. Okay, let's just play the video at normal speed. Okay.
I got scammed. Again. How's it going, boys? Welcome back to Mogul Mail. Today, we are in a new setup talking about what I think is the largest ever scam in Twitch or live streaming history. And it was done by a streamer a lot of you guys might know. It's Slicker. If you don't know, he started in early Austin.
I want to say, by the way, I never liked Slicker. I never did. And I could never give, like, I just thought he was a douchebag. And I have to admit, it really does feel, it feels nice having my opinion confirmed and validated by reality.
Austin shows back when it had a more Eastern name, and went on to be a pretty big streamer, like a top 0.1 or 0.01% streamer. Hundreds of viewers, if not thousands of viewers sometimes. But why scam? How
Hundreds.
Scam? Well, let's jump into that. But first, we got to talk about gambling, because that's, of course, where this is all going to lead. He started scamming because he was addicted to gambling and lost a lot of money. I've told this story before. It's
dude, I don't know how... I understand that gambling is something that's specifically designed to, like, get at certain people. I have tried to enjoy gambling before, and I just can't. The only time I have fun gambling is in, like, video games with fake money that's, like in Rust, for example. You can gamble with the scrap at, like, the bandit camp, and, that has nothing to do with real money. That's always fun, but, like, with real money, I've been to casinos, and it's just boring. It's just boring and loud and cold. They keep it, like, this, like, kind of chilly in casinos, and it's just kind of, like, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of being in casinos. I like watching gambling streams, but I just cannot imagine getting addicted to gambling. I don't even get, like, I never even got addicted to CSGO case openings when I was younger, Like, I did a bunch of case openings because I wanted good guns, but, like, I never had this, like, compulsion to open them. Like, I never had a compulsion to buy them, open them. Like, I didn't get any, like, big dopamine rush from it. Gambling just doesn't hit me that way, I think. Some people, many people, in fact, it really does. It really, really fucking does. And they legitimately feel like, I have to imagine a strong compulsion to gamble, but at the same time, it's like, fuck. It is a predatory practice. It really is a predatory practice. Impulse control, weird. It's a weird discussion because, like, can people be held accountable entirely for falling prey to something that is designed for, like, can people be held accountable for falling prey to something that's doing what it's designed to do? You know? When somebody loses all their money to a slot machine or at a casino, the casino, everything's doing its job. That's what it's supposed to do. And it's supposed to sucker you into spending all of your money. So you are essentially falling victim to a business that is doing what it's supposed to do, and it's your fault. I mean, I do think there's an aspect of, like, holy shit, have some self-control. Oh my god, like, you can't just, like, expect sympathy when you're constantly blowing your life savings in the fucking slots. But at the same time, it makes me wonder, like, on one hand, I don't think gambling should be banned. I really don't think it should be. I think for a variety of reasons, just outright banning gambling is not a good idea. But I also think that, like, having access to it basically means that people who are at high risk of falling victim to it are just going to continue to, you know? I don't know. It seems like a lose-lose kind of thing.
Gambling drives people to do crazy things like pull out way too much money or scam somebody out of $100,000. Grayson. Anyway, that's what hit him. And before we move on any further, I have to let you guys know that gambling addiction is a serious problem. All right, gambling suicidal ideation ranges from 12 to 92%. And another study estimates that up to 20
ranges from 12 to 92%. That is a massive range. That's pretty much that's not far off from just being 100%, you know?
4% of gambling addicts have attempted suicide.
Oh my god.
So super, super serious. It feels like your back can be against the wall.
Yeah, that's yeah, so these are obvious, like, gambling and machines related, you know, machines made for gambling, gambling games, etc. Just the concept of it is designed. It's designed to make you need just one more. I've watched these gambling streamers, and they're like, okay, one more spin, one more spin. Okay, one more. 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 And they'll do that for like 30 minutes straight and just keep on hitting the spin button because they're expecting the next spin. The next spin is going to be the one that gives me the win. It's like chips, Xanderhall. You can never just have one. I don't know. I don't even think it's like that. I think it's just a matter of... I think what gambling does is it draws you in with the promises of winning, of potentially winning more than you came in with. But then very quickly the reality dawns on you of, oh, I'm in the hole. I'm losing money. And so now there's this urgency to win your money back. And then you start falling into gambler's fallacies and, like, justifying it in your head, I presume. And then all of a sudden you realize that you're in the fucking hole. People start to justify it saying, oh, I've got a system. Ooh, I know how to gamble. I'm really good at gambling. I know how to work these tables. I know how to work these slots, you know? It's not real. It's not real. It's people coping and justifying their addiction.
You've lost all your money. You've fractured all your relationships. Nobody else wants to have you in this world. Not the case. Not the case. Even people who are addicted to gambling are totally valuable, valid humans who deserve to live. So, you know,
True.
A lot of helplines here at NCPG. You guys can go there. Just thought I'd shout this out at the start before we dive into what happened.
That's nice. I like that he did this.
There are some people talking about how Slicker now is suicidal. And even if he scammed a lot of people out of a lot of money, he does not deserve to lose his life. Let's get to the rest of it. How did it all start? Well, this clip came out from a viewer. Let's just watch it.
Yo, Typhoon, what's up, baby?
Okay, I'm going to give a little bit of background. I assume that Ludwig's going to explain it in a minute, but I'm going to give background on what this is. So basically, what Slicker did was recorded I don't know if this one is... I don't know if it's this one exactly. I think it is. Slicker recorded a super unspecific, general, like, short video where it's him asking for money. However, he just says bro and never refers to the to the person he's saying it to. So it's a sad bait video to try to get money. it turns out he sent the same video to a bunch of different people. That's why it's so vague who he's referring to. So this is a video where he's asking one of his viewers or another streamer. I think it's one of his viewers, one of his subscribers. He's begging them for money. Money that, of course, he will never pay them back. Can you imagine if I hit one of you guys up and was like, "Hey, could you lend me like $100? I'll pay you back," and then just never fucking did? Can you imagine a streamer hitting up their subs like privately for money? I mean, I guess it's not like the worst thing in the world, but it is definitely like an indication of like, why not stream? You know, like this guy's like a fairly successful streamer. He could just go live for, you know, a few hours and make some money. So I'm poking holes into arguments that you guys haven't even heard yet, so I'm going to let you guys actually hear them. Let's go.
I hope you don't hate me on this. It's so cringe, and I'm cringe for asking my brother, please do not hate me. Please, keep it personal as well. Basically, my bank account got locked. This has happened for like
Okay, I don't think this is the general, like, I think this is one that was specifically sent in reference to a specific person. He did a different video that I'm referring to, and we'll see that later, I guess.
3-4 days. I've been asking around people. Sadly, today, well, tomorrow is the last day, until my credit starts getting fucked up. It got locked out, and I was looking for people that actually work, and that I could ask if I could borrow from, and I'll pay back.
Now, that's all we really need to watch. There's 3 major alerts, red flags there. 1, urgency. I have to be paid right away. 2 is drawing sympathy.
Well, so it's not just urgency, I need to be paid right away. It's only you giving me money will solve the problem. You know? If someone comes to you and they have a problem, or they claim to have a problem and they need help, and they say that the only thing that you can do to help them is to give them money, I'm not going to say this is always the case. There are plenty of scenarios where this isn't the case, but that's pretty sus. The audio is pretty quiet. Let me go ahead and use a volume booster to do exactly that. Volume boost the video. Like, it's pretty sus, you know? Like, usually people who actually need money and you know, are intending to pay it back and feel bad they have to ask are not going to be, like, pushy about getting it, you know? Oh shit, it's Ludwig, I just got here? Yes, it is indeed Ludwig. We're reacting to his video about The Thing. Hold on really quickly, because I just realized I'm covering up Ludwig's face right now. His beautiful, beautiful face. I'm going to move... Oh, wow, that fits perfectly well. Wow. Wow, the chat just, like, perfectly lines up. See, no longer covering his face, and the chat's there and everything. Oh, that's beautiful. That's absolutely phenomenal. Wow. You have risen, indeed. All right, back to it.
Sympathy. Crazy problem,
Wow.
unsolvable, bank account, taxes, fraud, IRS, all that. And then final one, don't tell anyone. All right. And that is what the scam is predicated on, is getting a random person preying on their empathy, their humanity, and trying to get them to give you some amount of money based off those 3 factors. And if you are able to succeed in all 3, not only can you scam that person.
So we're about to find out why he especially emphasized, please don't tell anyone. Because when you're going around scamming people and they talk about it, 2 people who got scammed by you might, like, talk and figure out what's going on. And that's what happened. That's how all of this leaked. 2 people who'd been scammed by Slicker figured out what was going on and leaked this, and then a bunch of other people who had been scammed realized what was going on and came forward with their evidence and their stories. This guy, I believe he scammed over like dozens of people, close to 100 people he scammed. I believe he stole over like $300,000 total from people that he never paid back, both his viewers and other streamers. Crazy fucking shit. We'll get more into it in a minute. I'm spoiling a lot. I apologize. I read some articles about this before I went live.
But you could scam somebody else, like this streamer Lakari, who got scammed for $1,000, shared a few screenshots with similar ideas.
About to see a lot here.
If Lucari doesn't tell anybody, then maybe you could scam Mendo, who sent Slicker some money because he had some problems, another $1,000. And
11K.
if Mendo doesn't talk about it, then I
SEK.
don't know. Maybe you could scam Harris, or maybe Furious for 2,000, or maybe this person for another 1,000, this person for another 1,000. Oh, maybe you could scam this woman who apparently is in treatment for chemo for another 1,000. This person right here, you could scam them for another 1,000. 1,000 here, 700 there. Even Slime, my roommate, got scammed for about $1,000, and then it was asked for 7,000 more. To which Slime said, "No, don't pay me back, and don't ever ask me money again." Slime got
Damn! Don't pay me back, and don't ever ask me for money again. We're done. Oh my fucking god! Like. He so much so never wanted to speak to Slicker again. He was like, don't even worry about paying me back. I just never want to speak to you again. Just take the money and fucking go. Jesus Christ.
Got scammed. You know who else got scammed? Hey, who's got 2 thumbs and is really susceptible to getting scammed by people? Me, this guy.
Chat, I assure you, I did not get scammed by Slicker, okay? I should check my DMs. I should go on Twitter and look at his, see if he's messaged me. Hey, bro. Hey, listen up, bro. I really like your videos, and I was wondering if you would be willing to maybe lend me a few $1,000s, bro. I'd pay you back totally. Maybe.
I also got scammed. Slicker asked me for money about 10 months ago. He just said he was in a super urgent need. He sent me a bunch of screenshots of like a bank account that he owed money to, like a credit card. And it's like 15K. And he's like, I need money right now. And I was like, all right. And I was kind of weird about it. So I just sent him all the money that I had in like a cryptocurrency. It was like a little less than $1,000. It's like, I think like something I had on Cash App. Like, there you go. This is yours. Have it. And I sent it like I do when most people ask for money, never expecting it to come back, because I will never, ever, 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 ever ask for somebody to give me money back, which is a problem in this situation because it also allowed for him to get away with it longer. Because this
Okay. I don't want to be rude or like come off as mean, but it definitely feels like if somebody who's as large of a streamer as Slicker, who's like, God, how for at least 4 or 5 years now, has been like a at least a 1,000 viewer Andy, has been appearing on like some of the most famous streamers shows like on Twitch and is like a well-known name on Twitch. Like if someone like that is coming to you saying they're negative $15,000 in their bank account, that should be an indication to you that you're dealing with somebody who is so irresponsible with money, you're just wasting any money that you could possibly give them to try to help them out. Like, I know this sounds mean, but like, Slicker has to have made like close to $1 million minimum since he started streaming. Obviously, the gambling addiction is a big part of this, but like, it's an indication of the fact that this is not somebody who is responsible with their money, you know? Like where's this man's like fortune gone, dude? Like, this guy's like, and I'm like, this guy's a big streamer, not like a huge streamer, but like a bigger streamer, you know, like way bigger than I am. You know, bigger than like Demon Mama or Shark or definitely not never as big as Vosh or anything, but like I'm trying to give like an idea of like the size of this particular streamer, like a good comparison. Probably about as big as the Surfs. If you guys watch the Surfs on Twitch, how many viewers do they average? Probably like 1,000 something, right? Like probably over 1,000. Like probably about as big as the Surfs on Twitch, you know? Maybe a bit bigger. So yeah, like I don't know. Just if Vosh came to me tomorrow and was like, "Listen, Zan, I'm $3,000 in the hole. I need your help." I'd be like, "What? Where'd it all go? What'd you do?" You know, that would be my reaction, and I have that same reaction with Slicker. Like, that's exactly how I'd react if he was asking me for money. Like, bro, you're a large streamer. What happened? Why are you poor? Go live, you know?
That's how the scam works, right? The whole point is that he's addicted to gambling, and he thinks that if he gets some amount of money, he's gonna flip it up because he has a high ego, high confidence.
It is the gambler's fallacy. This guy thinks that he's going to borrow some money from somebody and turn it, like, get a 2,000x profit on it, and he's going to be able to pay back everybody that he owes money to, and then some, and he's going to prove everyone wrong, and that gambling is actually going to effortlessly take him out of every hole of financially that he has in his life. It really is a dark cycle, gambling addiction. Zan's sleep schedule must be so ass. Hey, listen, you get to benefit from it, okay? You're awake, aren't you?
Confidence in some casino game, not only win money, but win enough to pay back what he owed, and then have enough for the future. The problem is, if that fails, okay, well now fuck, I owe Slime $1,000. Okay, let me ask Ludwig for 1,000. Now I'll go double it. I'll pay them both back. I'll be even.
He's doing that. Oh. That's where you ask somebody, okay, can I borrow some money? All right, cool. Okay, I'll borrow $50 from you. And then you borrow money from somebody else to pay that person back when you are running out of time, and then you start like a new timer of owing somebody, and you just like jump your debt from person to person, so you're always in debt, but you're never actually paying anyone off. You know what's so funny? I swear, I have like a vivid memory of like being very young and watching an episode of like a children's show, like a cartoon as a kid, literally teaching that lesson as being something you shouldn't do. It might have been Dragon Tales. Who else here remembers Dragon Tales? There was like a character who was like, like a character borrowed something from one of their friends and it broke, and they were like, shit, what am I gonna do? Okay, I need to borrow a new one from my buddy, from this other friend. And it's like, that goes down the list of like, you know, like basically trying to fill this hole of when really all they need to do is go to their friend in the first place and say, I'm sorry I broke the thing you let me borrow. I'm really sorry. What can I do to make it better? Which was the lesson of the episode. Yeah, Dragon Tales was based as fuck. Let's go. All right, back to it. Anyway, it is funny, you know. Children's cartoons teach that this is a this is a bad thing to do.
Oh, well, fuck, that didn't work either. And you build up a huge list of people that you owe money to. And it's only the people who go ask you for money that will drive you to go to find another person to scam so that you can go pay this person. And it's a whole gross, ugly web of lies that comes from it.
It's a cycle.
The main reason I kind of wanted to talk about this is because I feel super guilty, because I was part of the problem here. Because some of the people that Slicker was reaching out to.
You know, I just realized it's like the It Follows monster. This Slicker guy was treating his debt like the monster from It Follows. You know, as long as he kept putting more people, like more barriers of separation between him and his debt, he thought he could like keep away from it, but it will always pursue him. Each new person that he borrows money from or scams to try to pay off the next person, it's just gonna end up meaning like the debt's following him further. Such a good movie. You guys know that movie was like very explicitly like Puritan anti-sex like propaganda, right? Granted, it's subtle enough that like you can enjoy the movie without, you know, being annoyed by the message, but yeah, Zan, you missed the point. Yeah. You sure? The movie was critiquing the anti-sex themes of the 80s. Maybe. I'll watch a director interview. I'll watch like a director interview. That'll probably settle it. The vibe that I got very much so was like, so sex is being framed as essentially overwhelmingly and entirely bad in this movie, isn't it? It's only ever used as like a method to dishonestly save the skin in a selfish way of the protagonist and even of the antagonist as well. And it's what gets characters killed. I don't know. Zan, I have a huge vibes debt. Huge vibes debt. Can I borrow a good vibe? Yes, you can borrow all of my vibes. I've got an overabundance of good vibes.
Were people that he found on a Discord server that I run for random events. Because I invited Slicker to do a Fortnite tournament a couple months ago. He had found people on that Fortnite server, like the Veil, and just randomly reached out with a video that wasn't even catered. It was like a catch-all.
Okay, this is the video, the broad video that he no doubt sent to a bunch of people. Watch how broad he is in this video. It's so when you know what to listen for, it's so fucking shameless. This is the one I saw on Twitter. Oh my fucking god. All right, so this is a video that he recorded, no doubt sent to many people that he begged for money.
All video, very similar to the first one. Let's listen for the 3 points.
Yo, bro. I'm sorry to bother you, bro. But,
bro, keep it anonymous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sorry for messaging
keep
you
it
on
vague.
Discord, but yeah, bro. Like I have a problem with myself, and it's basically my bank got locked. It's
locked?
part of this tax issue that quote unquote has not been paid, but you know,
Man needs to get a new bank.
Shitty UK bank, whatever. I'm gonna sort it out.
Garner
Trying
sympathy.
to sort it out with my accountant soon. If I ask to borrow money off you, is that possible? Now you're gonna be like, wait, why is he asking me?
Urgency.
I've asked a few streamers out there, bro. They do not want to help. They don't want to help, or they ignore me.
Not
That's
true.
The thing.
That's such fucking bullshit, dude. That's so fucking bullshit. There are so many streamers out there that are neck deep in money that would have absolutely given Slicker money if he was in a situation like that, if it wasn't a case of he's already scammed them out of money already. Yeah, this right here, obvious bullshit. And it's so disgusting, too, that not only is he trying to scam someone, but while trying to scam someone, he's using it as an opportunity to put down other streamers. That's what's so disgusting about it. It's like as he pickpockets a random stranger, he stabs his friend in the back with a dagger. What slimy snake behavior.
And one removed me, but there's no hate, you know. Some people thought I was hacked. But yeah, like I said, if you can, I genuinely I'll even pay you in the middle of the month. And I'll even give you extra if you can.
And that's it. And he sent that video around. And eventually the web of lies gets big enough. It goes to enough people that everyone starts connecting the dots. Wait, he told you the same thing? He told me that too. And everyone kind of came out. And now if you go...
It must have been like... God, I'm trying to think of a good comparison. Like, it must have been like when Hank Schrader was sitting on the toilet taking a shit, and he realized that Walt was Heisenberg. That must have been what it was like to realize, wait, what do you mean he owes... What do you mean that he owes you 12 grand? He owes me 8 grand. Hold on a moment. Wait, he owes you $1,200? Wait a second. He owes me 5,000. What? Like, life is one big Breaking Bad reference. Soy! Soy! Zan said Breaking Bad, soy! Listen, okay? Listen, you are not cool for saying that I am soy for making a Breaking Bad reference, okay? It is a popular show.
To Twitter, Slicker is trending, and you can see how many people he scammed. I didn't even show it all, but it is a lot of people.
Listen, I'm gonna be real. I think that the number one red flag to me when anyone asks for money is when they try to pull someone's heartstrings. Maybe it's just me, but there have been cases where I've legitimately had to ask for money before, whether it be to pay them back later or like a friend offered, like, hey, if you ever need money, don't worry about paying me back, hit me up, and I took them up on it. Like, I was always like, I'm really sorry to be doing this. You know that I don't want to be doing this, right? But I gotta hit you up. I'm sorry. And I don't try, like, I would never try to be like super like I would never do the whole like, oh yeah. I just feel like, I don't want to do this, but I got to do it. Like, you don't play it up and try to do this whole like heartstring tuggy, but I don't want to do it. But it just seems so manipulative, Like, people who actually have to go to a friend and ask them for money are straightforward and to the point about it and try to get it over with as quick as possible because it's kind of like an embarrassing thing, and they want to get their friend paid back as quick as possible. Because, like, if you're actually someone who cares about paying people back and have, like, have some level of pride about not, like, feeling like a leech, like, most people do, then you're not going to behave in the same way this guy is. And you're not going to ask for money or ask for the help in the same way this guy did. Just the way that he asked alone is a big red flag. And I want you guys to keep an eye out for this kind of stuff in the future, whether it be someone messaging you online, someone asking you that for money, or hell, even just if you're scrolling through Twitter and you see one of those posts that's like, please donate to me and my friend are homeless, or me and my partner are homeless, yada yada. I see those posts all the time, and I just know some percentage of them, if not the majority of them, very well may be fake.
A lot of people. All right, because he went from friends, managers, probably family, to streamers, to then streamers he didn't even know, to then viewers. And that's how it finally came out, is the viewers were like, wait, he asked you for money too. He asked me for money. And that's when I think it also crosses the line of what should even be allowed from a streamer. Like, I think if you are defrauding your viewers, lying to them and trying to extract money from them as the streamer, probably shouldn't even be on the platform. He's currently not banned by Twitch, I imagine.
So, that's all we really need to see. That's the important part of the video. He basically goes over the main important part of the drama, but I want to go over a few of the extra details as well, but add a little bit of resolution to the story, I suppose, as well as provide a little bit of extra context. So, for those of you guys that don't know, XQC, I actually recently covered him and did a whole segment reacting to some drama that he had recently. He tweeted, "We're aware of this Slicker situation and the victims who were scammed out of their hard-earned money. Heartbreaking. Me and @Ludwig, who is the creator of the video we just watched, will be trying our best to get money back to those people. This is about the victims, only them. This will take time. It's $300,000. So Ludwig and XQC are going to 50-50 split, 150K each of them, to pay back all of the victims that got scammed by Slicker. I don't believe that like XQC or Ludwig have any like part to play in those people getting like scammed or like any like guilt to be had or anything. I think it's really just a matter of they have the money and the power to do so, and it's just a good and nice thing to do. Not to mention just smart business decision if we're being real. Anyway, that said, there is some bad news. I'm going to check now to make sure, but last time I checked, Slicker still not banned off of Twitch. Let's see. Yep, still on Twitch. In fact, he literally went live 17 hours ago to do and yesterday. He's done a couple of streams now since he did this, where it's literally just him, at some points crying on stream and farming the donations and the clout off of scamming people. Reminds me of Ice Poseidon. Really does remind me of Ice Poseidon. This really is Ice Poseidon tier shit. Do you want to watch the first stream? Let's watch a little bit of his first stream. Twitch, of course, by the way, has not banned him. They will ban people over the most trivial shit. They will ban people over literally not breaking TOS. They will ban people permanently over misunderstandings and over just nothing. And yet this guy, who is actively using his platform as a tool to scam people out of their hard-earned money, who cares? Twitch doesn't care. Why should they care? Why should they care? Anyway, here, I want to check this out. When's he... Oh, yeah, here it is. Let's see it. Get ready to see one of the most toxic chats you've ever seen. Oh, good. They're spamming the tryhard emote. Hey, chat. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but generally in Twitch chats, people when people spam the tryhard emote relentlessly, it is typically seen as a dog whistle for some racist stuff. Typically, you know, the meaning of it can be pretty esoteric and dependent on the context. Usually, it's used like when somebody. Usually, the emo is used by racists in the chat when something happens that is stereotyped to be associated with black people. So, like, they'll do it when, like, there's a watermelon on screen. They'll spam that emote. Like, racists in Twitch chats will do it. They'll do it if, like, someone steals something, which is why they're doing it now, by the way. If you don't understand why they're spamming the tryhard emote, it's because he scammed people and stole their money, and in these people's minds, black people are thieves, so that's why they're spamming the tryhard emote. It is a very, very... But anybody who knows anything about, like, Twitch culture knows, like, about the tryhard thing. I will say, though, I don't know how much credit this really gives to Slicker. He has disabled the emote for like, modded people, it seems. Like, I think? Maybe it's just his subs? No, yeah, no. Oh, wait, yeah. Yeah, you have to be subscribed to use it. Well, that doesn't change much, unfortunately. Yeah. So if that gives you a little bit of an idea into what kind of a community this guy fosters on his Twitch account. You guys should check out Trihex's stream. He's progressive. Trihex is so fucking cool. You know, who remembers the Dylan Burns Hippy Dippy Royale that I did? Where I went in fucking hot and I did well, and I only got disqualified because of a misunderstanding in like Dylan asked me a question, I misunderstood what he asked, and then he thought I lied, and then it was a whole misunderstanding thing, and people got upset that I got kicked, and it was a whole drama. Anyway, Trihex was on there, and I felt so bad because he got kicked pretty early because I pushed really hard in that first topic on the death penalty, and he just didn't get a lot of chances to talk. And that meant he got, like, kicked pretty early just because he didn't really get a lot of words in, which was what, you know, got you kicked off that show. So I never really got to, like, be on that show with him for very long. But he's a nice guy, and he's very progressive, yeah, and he's very smart as well. He seems to have pretty good political takes and everything. I'm just sad that I never really got to talk to him in depth. It's sad. Anyway, let's see this guy literally cry on stream and farm donos and rake in subscriptions and whatnot as Twitch platforms and enables him to continue to scam more people. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm not a victim. I'm not a victim. Man, wallah, I never knew this thing was gonna come, bro. Wallah, I don't know what to say, boys. Wallah, I don't know what to say.
Bro, like, this man started his stream with crying, okay? Like, if I had to talk about something that legitimately would move me to the point of tears, and I started crying right before I went live, I would recompose myself, you know? I'm not saying that, like, there's anything wrong with crying on camera, I guess, but, like, the context is very clear here, you know? We know what's up. We know what he's doing. No one's falling for it, right? Like, chat, none of you think this is genuine, right? Like, none of you in chat think I'm being an asshole, and I'm, like, not being, you know, like, charitable enough to this guy, right? The context makes it cringe? Absolutely. Slicker's eyes aren't even red, which usually happens when you cry. I'm not even seeing any tears. It sounds like he's faking it. But yeah. his face ain't even flushed like how it would be if you were actually crying. That's a point as well. I think it's genuine, but it's also manipulative. If he's crying because he's upset because he got caught. And it's harming him. I don't think he's crying because he's like upset with where his life has gotten, and these are like, please help me get better tears. I don't think that's what we're seeing right now. I think if that's what you think this is, you're probably naive.
It's time for the truth.
The truth.
It was the hardest thing. I'm sorry, bro. This is not, man. I do apologize, man.
Okay, let it out, brother. Come on. Let it out, bro. Let it out, bro.
Well, I hate drama. Well, I hate, but I got this onto myself. So,
What did he do? Rewind the stream a little bit, Smiley P.
Crazy, man. To think that to ever become a streamer, well, I'd never deserve this. I never deserve this. Never deserve this either way. Whatever, man. I don't deserve this, and
No shot, dude. Is he gonna farm the hate? Wait, is he gonna double down and farm the hate like Ice Poseidon? That's what Ice Poseidon did when he scammed his fans out of hundreds of thousands of dollars with a crypto rug pull scheme. He just doubled down, said, "Yep, I did it, and I'd do it again," and just farmed like, you know, everyone's like, "What? You can't just do that," and everyone's just in such hateful disbelief that they can't help but continue to watch and give him money and you know, give him clout. Like just being a hate sponge on the internet, if you can handle it mentally, can unironically be a massive financial benefit. You know, it's why Nikocado Avocado does what he does. I would love to see the Nikocado Avocado getting fit again arc. That would be... I feel like Nikocado Avocado would make more money doing, like, daily videos of him just chronicling his weight loss than he would be doing the mukbangs. And he can even still do mukbangs of healthy food for, like, the meme. And then do it all over again. Get overweight all over again and repeat. Infinite money. He won't bring as many views in my opinion. Nah, I would watch Nikocado. I would tune in daily to Nikocado Avocado's weight loss videos. I specifically, like, I never miss a single one of Boogie2988's weight loss videos when he gives an update on his weight loss. I never miss a single one of those videos. And he's had massive progress. I like watching that kind of stuff. It's inspiring. It's wholesome.
I will come out saying I will come out saying that I didn't know what to do.
His mukbang videos get crazy views. I really don't want to get stun locked on this, but like I guess it's still related because we're talking about internet hate sponges, but like I feel like there's a lot of people who know about Nikocado Avocado that if news reached them that he's doing a redemption arc and getting into shape and improving his life, people would seek out his channel and his videos just to see that. Just because that's what's happening. If it was edited well and the videos were made well and they were interesting in their production, people would watch them. They would. Nikocado Avocado has a fan base. They would watch what he does. Wait, that might be me. Is he actually getting better? Boogie2988? His, like, Boogie2988's weight? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Nikocado Avocado? I don't believe so, no. Nikocado Avocado is, still doing those mukbangs.
I lied to many people. I lied to so many individuals out there. So, if you haven't heard, I I borrowed money off people. This started in, it didn't even start. It started to the people that are watching. I know I will never be able to ask I would never be able to ask for forgiveness. I'm ill. Well, I need to say it. It started when I worked a long time ago. It's so hard to say this, I'm not gonna lie, because I just...
Okay, maybe I'm a massively cruel piece of shit, but his tears do not move me in the slightest bit, and I don't feel bad for him in the slightest. Am I the only one? Like, his tears are not working on me. I don't even feel the slightest bit bad for him, and it's just not even... nothing from me. Nothing from me. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Even if they're real. Even if they're 100% real. Not a damn thing. Not a damn thing out of me from that. I'm going to be real here. I think that content creators like him, like Slicker here, are like a fucking plague. Like, this is a guy who basically had success handed to him on Twitch. He literally had, like, these appearances on, like, XQC and Trainwrecks, like, streams and stuff like that, literally getting his name exposed to some of the largest audiences on the entire platform. And yet, like, this guy streams with a camera that looks like it's from 2006. It's not even, like, it's not even angled right to, like, properly get him in focus. The lighting is awful, you know? He didn't even buy, like, those lights behind me, the lights behind me that are giving, like, this cool effect to make my room look way nicer and way more, like, cool, cool futuristic streamer bedroom, these are literally, like, $8 a piece lights, like, $16 a piece lights, sorry. Like, and there are cheaper ones than those. Like, I don't know, I just... Careful, Shoes had the... I don't know. People like this that not only use their platform to scam their fans and whatnot, so we know he's a piece of shit, but also, like, were given this platform in the first place and never even put in the bare minimum to improve the quality of his stream, to at least make it look a little bit professional, you know? Like, there's a difference between, like, having the scuffed look be part of your brand and, like, just straight up being lazy as a streamer. You know? If this guy actually needed money, he could have just gone live. This is a... He could... Like, this is a streamer who could have done a sleeping stream and gotten donations. Okay? Maybe... I feel like maybe I'm being too mean right now. Maybe I'm being, like, way too judgmental. But I feel like this guy could do a fucking sleeping stream and make money off of it and not have to scam people. If it was really a desperate need for money and not a deliberate, malicious plan to get as much money from your friends and from your subscribers and from the people that are willing to toss you a coin as possible, and just completely spend all of it and waste it all and just count on hopefully you can scam more people. That's what it seems like to me. But Zan, that would cut from his gambling money to get a good camera. Like, this dude's been streaming for, like, God knows how fucking long. Let me check this guy's channel. It's Slicker. 432,000 followers on Twitch. So, to give you an idea, by the way, Twitch followers are, like, a little more fickle to get than like, YouTube subs. So that's more like the Twitch equivalent of having... Like, the equivalent of that on YouTube is more like having close to 900,000 subscribers. So that gives you an insight into how big of a content creator this is. This guy has been streaming since... Can I see, like, his popular clips? Top of all time. He's got a clip with 200,000 views from a year ago. a clip with 154,000 views from 2 years ago, where he was streaming on the NoPixel GTA server. Like, going back at least 2 or 3 years ago, my man's pulling hundreds of thousands of views on his clips. On his clips. I'm so confused on how he's that big. The barrier of entry in terms of, like, content quality, like, in regards to, like, the production quality of the content on Twitch is very, 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 very low. What'll actually get you success on Twitch is having, like, a little bit of charisma and a little bit of a personality, enough so that people will be, you know, not bored listening to you speak, and talking to the right people and getting exposed to enough of an audience and streaming long enough. That's really all it takes. On YouTube, all it takes is just, you know, networking, just like on Twitch, and getting enough content up, like uploading enough videos that YouTube's algorithm sends your videos out to enough new people that you bring in enough new followers that you're constantly, you know, growing. On these platforms, it's really a matter of just flooding the algorithm these days is really the way that helps. Quail also helps views, right? I have no doubt that introducing the Quail to my content is going to help. Regardless, though, this shit is fucking insulting to me. The fact that Twitch has not banned him and has yet to make a statement about banning him is absolutely fucking vile. This guy is using Twitch, using the largest live streaming platform on the fucking internet, as a mechanism to scam not only his fans, but other partnered streamers. He is a partnered streamer using Twitch to scam other partnered streamers. To give you an idea of how hypocritical it is of Twitch to not have already banned him, Twitch will literally ban partnered streamers for saying negative things about other partnered streamers. They will literally ban streamers over shit-talking another partnered streamer they don't like. Selectively, Twitch will ban based on that. Depends on, like, whether or not the Twitch liked that streamer. Damn, didn't know Twitch did that? Yes, they did. Yeah. Yeah, part of the partner contract necessitates that you're not allowed to spread, like, you're not allowed to engage in defamatory, it's like, I think the wording is, you cannot, partnered streamers may not engage in defamatory claims and wordings about other streamers, and it's so broad that it's so easy to, like, you could literally get banned over saying that streamer's an asshole who just scams their fans. Even if it's true, that you could get banned over that. It's happened. Twitch is really being hypocritical here. I don't know why they're not banning him, but fuck them for not doing it. There's really, this has gotten so much attention that this is clearly just them deciding they don't feel like it. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like, whether you're watching it live or if you're watching it after the fact in the form of the VOD or the video on YouTube. And of course, if you want to see more videos from me, be sure to subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so that YouTube actually tells you when I go live or whenever I upload a new video. And of course, if you want to see more from me here on the lovely place we call the internet, you can follow all my social medias, which are linked down below in the description, including my Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, fan Discord, including my including my Patreon as well. Yeah, you can also follow and pledge to me on there. And of course, if you want to support me financially, you can also subscribe, gift a sub, or donate on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or you can support me financially on YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or even through Patreon as well. But no matter how you support me, I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. Yay! That was a good segment. Slicker was gambling on tennis? Yeah, I know. Tennis IRL or video gaming? Tennis in real life. Basically, there are these, like, gambling sites where they will literally just have, like, Wii Sports Tennis? No, it was IRL tennis. They'll have, like, there are these websites where they just have, like, random, like, ping pong or tennis players just going at it, and you can just, like, digitally gamble through that. And it's just a live stream of two people playing tennis, and you bet on the outcome. Yeah. It's real. The gambling content on YouTube is fucking nuts. Should I do a segment about Gamba content? I guess it's, like, relevant right now, you know? It is unironically relevant. Honestly, yeah, fuck it. Let's do it. Gamba content. Let's do a segment on Gamba content. Fuck it. It should be banned. This is going to be a combo segment, I think, because I actually don't know how I feel about this. Oh, yeah, gotta unstick my balls from my thighs. Love it when my cock and balls stick to my thighs. It's a sign that my cock and balls are feeling quite virile today. Help me, my bank. There's somebody in the Twitch chat with like an alt like slicker, but then every letter has like an underscore in there, and they typed in the chat, "Help, my bank froze." I love that it's already a meme. That's amazing. That is fucking amazing. I forgot I'm listening to a live stream, so I expected the closing video music to play. Yeah. Well, you're watching live, so you get to see way more. You're watching the stream at its the way it's supposed to be seen. All right, listen up, guys. We have 215 people watching right now, and only 170 likes. Come on now. Let's hit that like button if you haven't already. Come on now. I know you can. I know for a fact more than half of the 215 people watching right now haven't even liked the stream. I know. I can see that you haven't. I can see all of you. That's right, Jacob. I see you watching the stream right now. You're thinking right now that you don't have to hit the like button, because everyone else will just do it for you. What will your like matter? Oh, it does. And I see you. And you better hit that fucking like button. Oh, and Sarah, sit up. Sit up, come on. Pick up your phone. It's one tap to hit the like button. Come on, Sarah. There you go. Good job, Sarah. Tony. Thank you for hitting the like button. Who else? Who else is watching right now? Jebediah, you hit that fucking like button. Pick up your remote. I know you're watching on a TV. Use your remote and click around. You can hit the like button with that as well, even if you're watching on a TV. That's right. Even then, you can hit the like button. That's true. Yeah, there we go. I feel like that was a good bit. I feel like that was a good bit for explaining to everybody who doesn't know how to like the stream on their different platforms, how to do it. I feel like that was pretty good. And maybe I got one of those right. If any Jebediahs, Tonys, or I know a Tony was watching, Jebediahs, Sarah's, or Jacob's were watching, then yeah. Sarah, wake up. I actually found out the origin of that meme the other day. It's from a fucking movie. I'd never heard of that before. Like, I just heard it once in a Vosh stream, and I was like, oh, that's funny. I assume it's just an inside joke from the community. And then I was watching a movie recap video the other day, and Sarah, wake up. No, it was Samantha, thank you. Samantha, wake up, sorry. Samantha, wake up is, like, the twist at the end of a fucking movie. So I watched this movie recap channel, and the end of the video is she picks up her phone and looks at it, and the text says, Samantha, wake up. And I was like, what? That's what it's from? It came out of fucking nowhere. I was blindsided. I did not expect to find out the origin of that meme that way. Not then. Voshite Special Forces reporting in, Xanderhall, sir. A like has been sent your way. Thank you, Tony. I like to hear that. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to hear. Oh my god, was that a Vosh reference? Alright, we're doing a gambling segment. Alright. Okay. Listen, if you're watching right now, and you are one of the lovely, beautiful people who watch my content and are subscribed to my channel and are excited for me to move to Seattle and start raising quail and incorporating their raising into part of my content, I really want to do, like, I think the way I'm going to do it is every morning, I will do a video that is literally just me doing my farm chores, so to say, while talking about a political topic. That will be every morning upload. And then in the evening, it'll be the actual segments from my streams that go up for the evening upload. And so the quail, because I have to like I'm gonna have to do like stuff like collect the quail eggs and like you know, clean out their, like feed them, and sometimes even clean out their cage, you know, fairly regularly. I at least have to collect their eggs every day and feed them every day, so that's gonna be, you know, pretty good content, I think, at least for the foreground while I'm talking about politics. Slicker, you need 25k? I'm afraid I don't even have 25k to my name, my friend. Come back in 2 years. Maybe then I'll have it. Zan, you should get into the habit of doing it before saying what you'll do during it. Wait, what? Zan, you should get in the habit of doing it before saying you'll do during it. I am very confused by what you just said, Panic Stasis. Regardless, if you are excited for the move up to Seattle and for me to start incorporating quail into the content, and you want to support that that goal, then consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on the website. It really does help out. We are trying to save up money for the move, and if you've got the money for it and don't need it for anything else, do not donate to me if you're like hard on cash or anything. It should any money you donate to any streamer, including me, should only ever be money that is very much not the money that you need. It is your side, like, fucking, that's your goddamn, you know, you got your money that you need, your money that you want, your money that you kind of like, and then your money that you don't really need for anything, and that's the money you should be donating to streamers. So yeah, if you want to support me, I appreciate it. But it's up to you. And no matter how you support me, whether you're watching and just kind of lurking, or you're dropping a like, or you're donating, or you're just talking in chat, I appreciate it. I love every single one of you guys, and I'm in your room, and I'm watching you, and I can smell you. I hope one of you is like some like security guard working the night shift in some like little box, like some little like poorly lit box surrounded by nothing but a pitch black parking lot, and that just sent shivers up your spine. That's right, Jerry. I see you in that little booth there. Yeah? You looking around? Yeah, I see you. You're wondering how I see you too, huh? I'm fucking with somebody right now. One of these days, I'm gonna get it right, and I'm going to scare the shit out of somebody. One of these days, I'm gonna get it right, and I'm gonna scare the fuck out of somebody. Daph woke up from my stoned nap. I'm sorry, Heavy Gretel. You can smell me. I'm so sorry. I just laid the mother of all farts. Christ almighty. Thank you for admitting it. I'm at work, but I'm in my office. Your office is haunted. Sorry, I don't make the rules. It's just how it works. Yeah, sorry. Just how it is. For 1 second, chat. I'm gonna turn this a little bit, so I'm a little bit more well centered in the camera. All right, chat. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? Three, 2, 1, action. All right, chat. Show of hands. Hypers, if you have ever gambled before. Not like, oh, you know, you did some dice on the playground as a kid, but like legitimately went to a casino or used a slot machine or played like blackjack at a, like, you know, legitimately gambled real money and like, you know, lost or won money. Hypers, if you've gambled before. I have. Very briefly. Not a really big fan of it. I went to a casino like most recently, a little less than a year ago. Probably 6 months ago I went to a casino. And I brought $60 with me. Because they had a deal where if you went there and put $60 onto a card, because the way that you gamble at casinos now is you load a card with money, and then you put the card into the slot machine or whatever thing you're using to gamble, and it depletes the card automatically, and then whenever your winnings get added to the card, that's how casinos tend to work now. They don't really use like chips and coins and stuff like that anymore. It's not a very you know, good way to make that kind of stuff work. We've got digital shit now. I tried gambling. The way that they did it is if you spent $60 that you put on your own card, they would give you $60 back once you spent $60, and you could just take that and whatever winnings you had left over and just go home with that. So you were pretty much guaranteed profit, which is their like pull to get you in, but most people are not capable of having the self-control to like keep in profit. They'll just tend to gamble all of it away. But I ended up going, gambling the $60 required away. I ended up having like $20 left of the 60 I gambled. I very much did not win. But after gambling that 60, they gave me the 60 that they promised. After I gambled 60, I kept that 20, and I went home with $80. I went into the casino with $60, and I walked out with $80. And $60 of that was the well, actually, all of it was the casino's money, because I spent my 60, and then they gave me 80 and paid me back 20 from the slot machines. So I just didn't enjoy gambling. I didn't really have fun doing it. I wasn't like glued to the screen, like fucking compelled to keep on gambling and spinning the slots. I'm just not a gambler. Gambling does not do it for me. It does it for a lot of people, and it is a very, very, very predatory practice, okay? Slot machines and basically any apparatus that enables gambling are specifically designed to prey on people that have chemical imbalances in their brain that do not allow them to exercise self-control when it comes to this kind of thing. The desire to make number go up and to turn a small amount of money into a larger amount of money and to cover their losses is just too much. And even though they know the house always wins, they still gamble anyway. Because the compulsion is too much. Now, obviously I do not feel this. However, many people do. And gambling's a very, very, gambling addiction's a very dark, horrible thing. Speaking of gambling addiction, one of the largest live streamer on Twitch, XQC, who for some reason just keeps on coming up into my like attention recently. I don't hate XQC or dislike him in any way. I actually really like his content and think he's a cool guy. But he just keeps on coming up in all these different dramas and things I'm discussing lately. XQC is the largest Twitch streamer. He is like the PewDiePie of Twitch. And he is a known gambling addict. And he does some pretty extensive gambling streams. I believe he's about $8 million in the hole right now, and desperately streaming his gambling ventures, trying to get back into the positive. Now, while I may not be addicted to gambling, I am addicted to watching people gamble. And if you don't believe me, do you see it, chat? These lines represent that I've watched these videos. Look how many of these gambling, XQC gambling compilations I have fucking binged. Listen, this is from a random clip compilation channel. This is not uploaded by XQC. But I will admit, while I may not be addicted to gambling, I am addicted to watching people gamble, particularly in the case of XQC. Let's take a look at this really fast. Let's take a look at this. Oh my, hold on. I had to do something. Okay. So I am addicted to watching this shit. Okay, I really like it. I think it is just eye candy for me. Part of it is really just like watching the funny little tokens do the little things, and part of it is also watching the number go up and seeing a big win happen or after like a lot of losses. What if you watch other people gamble with your money? It's not my money. That's the thing. This guy's gambling with his money, and I think it's entertaining to watch. I do enjoy watching it. And I only really enjoy watching it because I know that XQC can afford to have a gambling addiction. He is a multi-millionaire that can afford to be $8 million in the hole on this gambling site because he's got, no doubt, tens of millions of dollars sitting in his accounts. With that said, though, XQC is the largest Twitch streamer, which means a lot of people, and I mean a lot of fucking people, a lot of young people even, are watching this content, which naturally has led to a lot of controversy. And I am going to take a take at the end of this. I'm going to have a take at the end of all of this that may be controversial with many of you. But I hope that you will be patient enough to hear my explanation for why I believe what I believe. And who knows, maybe you'll even agree with me. Here, let's take a look at what a gambling stream looks like really quick. Let's just see what it's like. Just a little insight into what these are like, you know?
Continue, not bad. Big spin right here, big one. Perhaps? Fuck. One big one for the end, one big one, one big one.
Needs to watch this. What is this?
By the way, how fucking horrid. Like, you can just tell how shamelessly these games are designed to, to fuck with your brain. You know? Like, they're like, you can feel, like, the way, you can see where they specifically put emphasis in how to, like, get to somebody like XQC or any gambling addict and make them want to spin more.
Why, it's a life lesson. It's gospel. It's the only and only man feels strong man.
He just spent $100,000. I want to make it clear here. He just spent $100,000 there. That is how much these, I believe, 10 free spins he's about to get will cost. So he just spent $100,000. If in the next 10 spins he does not make at least $100,000, he did not make profit. Let's watch and see what happens.
Feels strong man link.
10 spins. 10 free spins.
Man,
free
no save at the end
spins.
Here's a reach right here and we're happy. Disgusting. Chat using nice emotes. Fun.
You can see how many spins he has left here.
Why do we not have new emotes, guys?
It's his bet $1,000 right there on the screen. Yes, if he was doing normal spins, he would be spending $1,000 per spin, but this is a bonus. He just bought a bonus, and when you buy a bonus for a $1,000 bet, it is 100 times the cost of a normal spin, and so that would be 100,000, and it even said when he clicked it and bought it, it was $100,000. So yes, he, it seems, based on the fact that he's not winning, is about to lose out on $100,000. Can you imagine how hypers in chat if you make less than $100,000 a year? Raise your hand if you make less than $100,000 a year. Like, listen, this man's a millionaire upon millionaire, but, like, it really is wild watching this guy, with the click of a button, gamble away an entire, like, year and a third worth of like, life savings, you know? Like, in one fucking click. Like, a year and a half or something of hard work for me. Just, like, to him is just like, whoosh. It's wild. Let's keep watching. And I have reason for why we're going to keep watching, because I'm going to point things out. I apologize for covering up his chat.
Is that the clutch like super hard if I want to do anything? Oh, just do it! Recheck, hey, boom!
Oh, maybe he'll get a retrigger.
Fuck off!
He would have gotten 5 more spins.
We need like a major hit here, right here.
Ooh.
Not good enough.
Not good enough, true.
Right here? There's no way, right?
So he spent $100,000 on that bonus, and lost out and only won 32,450. So he lost 68K just then. Can you? He just lost $68,000 just then. Now, I think it's time that I bring up the discourse. There's a lot of discussion around whether or not this type of content should even be allowed on Twitch, especially when no doubt a lot of young people are watching. A lot of people are saying this is harmful content. And honestly, in many cases, it is. These sites, these gambling sites, typically, you cannot even use them in America. You gamble using cryptocurrency that you have to turn real money into cryptocurrency, gamble with the cryptocurrency, which they basically represent with real money anyway, like USD, and then transfer that back into the currency of your choice. Your winnings back into the currency of your choice, which gets around a lot of gambling laws in a lot of countries, and including Canada, where a lot of these gambling streamers have moved to get around the laws in the US. As well as the fact that these companies themselves, these gambling websites, tend to be hosted in countries that have laws that seem to suggest they were specifically hosted in those countries for the sake of pulling some really seedy shit. A lot of these gambling sites are really fucking seedy. So I think it's important to get that out of the way right off the bat. That there is a lot of really fucking seedy, gross shit going on at these sites. There are theories about these large streamers being gambling with fake money. I don't think that's the case. I think, if anything, these streamers are getting under the table, if not publicly, paid back at a minimum as much as they are gambling away. And to these sites, the gambling addicts that are getting exposed to these sites and coming to it are seen as it's seen as an advertisement in a way, and so it's seen as worth it. These sites have sponsored streamers in the past, which tells me these gambling sites see these streamers, broadcasting this as advertising, which does mean, to some extent, people are going to these gambling sites and spending money on them because of, say, Trainwreck's affiliate code, because of, say, Insert Streamer's affiliate code, back when that was a thing. They got rid of that. I believe that's banned off of Twitch now. You can't do affiliate gambling streams anymore. If anything, it has to be under the table pay, so it can't be public, and you can't be sponsored, and you can't have affiliate codes and all that. Which I think helps to eliminate a lot of the bad side of this, but then it comes down to the argument of, but are they still doing advertising for these gambling sites? And are they... Surf's talked about how he's gotten messages for him to partner with these gambling sites. Yeah, I have no doubt. I think it comes down to the argument of, is this content on its own immoral? And should it be banned? Getting rid of the fact that it is no longer, not sponsored content, and it is, I should obviously also add that, XQC, Trainwrecks, and any gambling streamer worth their salt, especially when they get a big win. Most of their stream is just them losing nonstop, like we just saw, but when they get a big win, they say, do not gamble. I have been losing nonstop. I am in the hole right now. You will not win if you gamble. You will not win your losses back. I have not won my losses back. That was, I won a bit there, but I am still so far in the hole that it does nothing for me, do not gamble. They'll say that thing, but, I think there is certainly a case to be made that the types of people that gambling affects are not going to be dissuaded if this kind of thing piques their interest. On the other hand, I have heard many people tell stories and talk about how they were gambling addicts, but watching someone like XQC or Trainwrecks, literal millionaires that can afford to spend $1,000 to $100,000 per spin or bonus, never make it out of the hole, that watching them never make it out of the hole proved to them and helped them break their gambling addiction, because it was what they needed to make them realize no amount of money they spend on gambling will ever get them out of the hole, because these millionaires are not able to do it. I've heard people make those arguments. I've heard people make the argument that watching these streams is almost like detox. It's almost like like a meth addict going to a methadone clinic to like wean off of like withdrawals or whatever. You know, it's like kind of like a fix, you know, that doesn't actually cause any of the harm. I've heard a lot of arguments both against and in favor of this content. I've heard people say that this could be exposing kids to gambling content or kids to the concept of gambling in which they could get addicted. I don't think that's a good argument. I think everybody knows what gambling is conceptually, and kids can't gamble. You like in America, at least, like in any casino, you have to be 21 years or older and show ID. They'll not let you in if you don't. And for these sites, like I'm pretty sure you have to have some way of proving that you are 18 or older. I don't think there are kids out there gambling their lives away on this stuff. It just doesn't really seem likely. I think it is impressionable young people that are like my age, if anything, who are getting their first jobs and living on their own, who think that like, oh wow, this new online gambling thing XQC is doing, maybe I'll give that a try. You know, I'll spend a few, $30 just to start with, nothing crazy. And next thing you know, they're spending their fucking life savings. Who knows? I feel like that's a better argument. But let's watch this. Let's see him actually win and see how he reacts when he actually wins. Does he win in this one? Oh yeah, he does. Damn. Okay. All right. This is where he wins. Apparently.
I think it's been like down $10. It hasn't done anything since longest time.
All right. This is the one where he wins a lot of money.
The monthly bonus, is it in already? When was that?
Let's see how he reacts when he wins. How the chat reacts when he wins too.
Behold.
Star Bounty buys actually insane deadass no cap.
Today?
Star Bounty buys juicy juicer.
This is why I don't have TTS
Where?
on all the time, chat.
Check email.
Don't be shy.
So these, yeah, now he's upping it. So now every spin that he does from here on out is $1,000. Every time he presses this green button, he's spending $1,000. I want you to remember that. Every time he presses this green button, that's $1,000 down the drain.
Check. Stake email. Oh, monthly bonus.
All right.
330K.
What?
Playing Go is kind of a joke, though.
Oh wait, that wasn't him winning. That was getting his monthly bonus from the site for gambling. These sites will literally encourage you to gamble more because the more money you spend, the more rake back they give you, almost like tax returns, you know, where you get like a percentage back of what you gambled. It's like they encourage you to gamble more so you get a larger percentage back of what you gambled. But you never get back like a substantial percentage of what you lost in that month, you know? But it's just like, here's some more money, gamble that away and keep on gambling because that's what they know you're going to do. These sites are very predatory. I'm not going to sugarcoat shit here. These sites are extraordinarily predatory. Here, let me see this. Trainwrecks world record win. Let's see. Let's find where like Trainwrecks TV, another very, very popular streamer, one of the largest streamers on Twitch, who also does a lot of gambling, gets a massive fucking win. Now, naturally, I think you can reason out that if a bunch of viewers sees their favorite streamer win a shit ton of money while gambling, that more so than anything may encourage them to go out and possibly gamble themselves. So I think it's important for us to see how these streamers react when they get a big win. God, these goddamn streamers never why can streamers not just put their goddamn camera in the top right or top left or bottom right or bottom left of the screen? Why is it always got to be covered up by my chat when I cover their content? God damn it. Keep on having to move this shit around over and over again. There we go. That seems lined up well enough. All right, let's see this.
Keep going. Don't die here.
Leave it early.
Come on, don't die here. Keep going, bitch. Keep going. Nope. We'll take this. 16-13.
All right.
Oh.
Let's go.
Ooh, that's a good start,
Let's
baby.
go.
That's a very
That's
good
a
start.
Fucking start.
Let's go.
Oh, wow.
That is a massive
That's
start.
2
Keep going,
mil.
baby.
2 million.
Keep going,
okay.
baby.
Come on.
He just won 2 million.
Yes. Yes.
It's good as well. Yes, sir.
That's very good.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
go, train.
Squad W.
1.2.
Come on, big finish, baby. Big finish.
Big finish here. Big
Yeah,
finish.
this is the Squad W guy. If you couldn't tell by looking at his face, this is the Squad W guy.
Come on.
Big.
That's good.
That's huge.
Yes.
Hold on. That's big.
I think that's over 5, no?
1.5? No.
Close.
4.7. We finally,
sir.
dude.
Yes, sir.
$4.7 million he just won. God damn. I want this band purely out of spite. Let's see what he says afterwards.
Finally.
Let's go.
Finally something, bro. 4.75.
Oh, the video cuts it. Well, unfortunate that this clip channel cuts it. That doesn't help my point. Regardless, though, there is a little warning on the top right that says, "Do not gamble, you will lose," for what that is worth. Usually, though, these content creators, though this clip channel cut it off, will do like a little disclaimer of "you will lose if you gamble," yada yada yada. So I want to hear your guys' thoughts. What do you think? I'm a little bit like torn on it because on one hand, obviously I'm biased. I watch this content and find it entertaining. So to see it get banned would certainly be sad because I do enjoy watching it. But at the same time, there's certainly the argument to be made that this is going to encourage people to gamble, which I don't feel like is a good thing. That sounded like Andy Milanakis in the background. That was in fact Andy Milanakis. Andy Milanakis streams on Twitch. I'm gonna be honest, I'm sad about what happened with Andy. He's like a kind of douchey NFT bro now. I don't know if he does the NFTs ironically or whatever, but doing NFTs ironically is not very, that doesn't really, not a really big difference between doing NFTs ironically and just doing NFTs. Yeah, he's like a crypto tech bro NFT dude. The downside of banning it are lesser than the downsides of allowing it to stay. Do we really feel like at this point, like, here's the question we made though, right? What is the difference between this and me doing this? Well, what is the difference between the gambling streams and me doing this? It's the same, Zan? If it's the same, then why don't I get shit for it? It costs you a lot less? Why does that matter? Not necessarily. Weed's very expensive. These things are like $25 a piece. They last a while, but these cartridges are $25 a piece. If you don't get them on sale or for a good deal, like I do. Nicotine and weed are addictive. You can argue that me using them on stream, even though it would be very difficult for me not to because, you know, I'm addicted to weed and nicotine. Like, you could argue that that's encouraging people to get into it. And that's harmful. You could make that argument. And you know what? I'd be hard-pressed to debate against it. I'd be hard-pressed to debate against it. I really would. The difference is gambling destroys your life and usually drags down your family. So can drugs. What are you talking about? Nicotine addiction can ruin your life. Nicotine's very expensive. People absolutely spend money they need to spend on rent or on food on nicotine instead. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. If I had $10 that I could spend on a vape when I've got no vape and I'm fiending for it, or $10 I could spend on food when I'm like hungry, I'm gonna go with the vape. The desire for nicotine is way harder to withstand than like hunger. Way harder. Weed isn't marketed as a way to get rich. Sure, but weed's marketed as a way to relax, calm yourself, solve your problems. It's heavily marketed as like a healing herb. Absolutely. I feel like there's a massive double standard here. Don't you guys feel like there's maybe a bit of a double standard here? Like maybe our society has become a little bit like... What about smoking cigarettes on stream? Tobacco companies are extremely fucking predatory. Just as predatory, if not more, than gambling sites. Should streamers not allowed to be able to smoke a cigarette on stream? I don't think... I wouldn't agree if they banned that. Not just because I myself vape and would be upset if I wasn't allowed to. I mean, at the end of the day, it wouldn't be that big a deal. I could literally just go... Like, I could literally just do that, and it wouldn't be a problem. Like, it wouldn't really affect my ability to get nicotine in me that much. And I don't stake my stream on vaping or anything like that. But I wouldn't agree with it. Because I don't think it does anything. The big difference is degrees of harm. But yeah, but like... Maybe. It's hard to say. I'm really torn on it. Ultimately, I think you're right. It might be worth pointing out that the gambling streams tend to be the content of the stream, which isn't to say that you don't talk about vaping positively sometimes. Yeah, the gambling is the focus and the content of the stream, but at the same time, it's like, I've literally heard people say, Zan, watching you vape is helping me quit vaping. I've also heard people say watching you vape is making it hard to quit vaping. I don't know. Literally everything has the potential to be addictive. Zan comparing weed to gambling is some boomer conservative shit for real. Mitch Connor, that is absolute fucking cope. That is marijuana smoker cope, okay? I am literally getting high right now as we speak, and you are trying to claim that I am bad-mouthing weed like a conservative boomer. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm literally blazing it up as we fucking speak. Who are you talking to? Who do you think you're talking to right now? Half my fucking debates and videos I do stoned as shit. Who are you talking to right now? I am the one who smokes! No, I don't know. It's a really, really complicated issue, and that is why I really don't know if I've got, like, a total, like, you know, final take to give you guys. Like, a thesis statement, a final closing statement for all of you to live by and to take with you and to, you know, use as an argument, you know. I don't know if I have that for you guys in this video, which I usually do. Instead, for this video, I have a question. I want to hear your opinions and your best arguments for your opinions. Whether you're in favor of this content being banned or you don't believe it should be banned. I want to hear your opinions and your best arguments in the comments section down below. I'm really curious. I want to hear it. I enjoy this gambling content, but if I can be convinced that it is so harmful that it ought to be taken off the platform, then I would like to see that happen. I also want to start engaging my audience more in challenges to my ideas and see if I can, or even like affirmations of my arguments, and see if I can learn new arguments to back up what I say, or learn new arguments that contradict what I believe, and maybe even adapt my new opinions from it. You know, we're refining my rhetoric. So yeah, comment down below. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, you know, please consider leaving a like. It really helps my channel, the video, and the streams out a lot more than you even realize. It is not a hollow show of support. YouTube actually does push my content a lot in the algorithm whenever you guys drop a little bit of support on it. And of course, if you want to see more from me on YouTube, you can always subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so that YouTube tells you when I go live or upload a new video, because believe me, they will not do it if you don't do that. And of course, if you want to see more from me here on the internet, you can follow my social media, which is all linked down below in the description, including my Instagram, my Twitter, my TikTok, and my fan Discord. And of course, if you want to support me directly financially to help me save money so that I can move to Seattle and start raising quail and including that in my content, don't ask why. Actually, ask why in the comments down below. Maybe I'll answer. You can donate, subscribe, or gift a sub over on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or you can support me on YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or through Patreon. But with all that said, thank you to everybody who supports me, no matter how you do. Thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. Very good segment. I'm proud of that one. I feel like that one came out pretty good. I think there's an argument against saying that that gambling and weed is analogous. I think it would be far more accurate to compare gambling to hard drugs, since the chemistry involved is far more similar and hard drugs are banned on Twitch. No, I don't think so. No, I actually don't think so. I honestly think that comparing gambling to hard drugs would be a stretch, because gambling does not really have as much of a physical effect on you inherently as much as using, like, having a dependency and regular use of hard drugs will. Even nicotine, like from vapes, has a physical effect on you. My breath span is far shortened since before, like, than it is, like, my breath, like, I've probably got like 5% less lung capacity than I did before I vaped. Like, if I take the deepest breath I can, that breath is probably like 3 to 5% less deep than before I started vaping. And that's just a scientific reality of, like, vaping. Smoking weed, vaping, smoking cigarettes, all of these things do limit your lungs' efficiency. That's just a fact. That's a fact of it. It's irrelevant if we should ban weed on streams or not. Within the context of discussing banning gambling streams, we can argue for banning one and not the other without contradiction. I think that without question, the sponsored streams and the affiliate codes and stuff had to be banned, and I think that's acceptable 100% to be banned. But I think the concept of just, hey, I'm a random guy gambling and I'm going to stream it, I don't know if just streaming that should be banned. Like, I think there's value in the content existing somewhere. I don't think it's contributing the amount of harm that I think a lot of people say it does. But I don't know. We'll have to see. I'm curious in, like, what the numbers look like. Xander Hall, get back to doing debates more. You never debate. I definitely do plan to do that, but a big part of why I haven't been doing debates as much recently is that I'm just not really, like, in a place right now where I'm spending my time prepping for debates and, like, cramming for them, and, like, I'm just kind of, like, I'm really focused right now and just trying to put effort into the channel, put out as much videos and as much content as possible, gain subs, grow the channel, save up money to move to Seattle, get myself established there, and get the next arc of Xander Hall established, and then get back to debating. That's my current plan at the moment. Does that mean there won't be any debates between now and then? Certainly not. I do actually plan... I hope, I really fucking hope Mahler will hit me up and be like, hey man, can I come on your stream? I see you're live. I'm down to talk about the Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power show. Or I'm down to talk about what you said about me on stream, or I'm down to talk about what you said about me on Twitter. If he hits me up and says, like, hey, have me on stream, then I'll do that. But he does not seem willing to take up that offer. He really wants me to do a 1v3 with him and PSA Sitch and the Adam dude. Or Adam PSA? I don't know. It's a conservative, like, channel that he wants me to debate him on, which is a pretty obvious what he's doing. The next season of Xander Hall is going to be hype. I fucking know it will be hype. It's going to be awesome. I cannot fucking wait. 1v3, wow. I mean, I could probably handle it if that happened. My worry is that these types of people are basically retreating back to Gamergate tier arguments of, you can't criticize me for the audience that I've cultivated and the people that I throw in with and the people that I shout out and the people that I send my subscribers to. You can't claim in any way that reflects on me at all. It's like, okay, dude. They'll just scream guilt by association the whole time. And when I've got 3 people saying it over just me, it's going to be pretty damn hard to make a point. So I would prefer for it to be a one-on-one convo. That would be ideal, personally. Uncle Dingler, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. That's extremely kind and based of you. I really, really do appreciate it. If any other of you in chat consider donating, then you guys know how to, of course. Hey Zan, I'm building a shed on stream and wanting to show you in chat, Lamau, getting some good testing time in on the GoPro Quail Cam setup. Oh hell yeah! Building a shed on stream. This is the kind of content you got to be doing. Oh my god. You live in the PNW, don't you? I hate to dox you, but you've kind of doxed yourself just by showing those fucking trees. You literally live, like, in the part of the country that I'm gonna be moving to. You're living the life that I am fucking wishing I was living right now. You're up in the Pacific Northwest fucking raising quail and building a goddamn shed in your yard? This is gonna be me when I get to Seattle, okay? I'm gonna have to make a shed to keep the quail in so they'll stay warm and safe, because it snows in Seattle. Fuck. And you got nice amount of yard and stuff like that, too. I love those trees. These fucking trees are one of the biggest reasons why I want to move to the Pacific Northwest and up to Washington State. These fucking trees. They're so fucking pretty. Alright. Very good shit, Uncle Dingler. Thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Panic Stasis, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Shiny Fruit Bat. I imagine they really appreciate that tier 1 gifted sub. Thank you for genociding another white name. We do have a lot of white names in chat today. It's crazy. It says, I support your quail quest, but I don't know if you're doing so in a smart manner. Honest question, how much have you studied animal breeding? What's your plan? Well, my uncle has already raised quail and did so for a couple of years and, like, showed me how to do it, so I'm very familiar with, like, the actual hands-on of how to do so. And I've also done a lot of research on how to do so just through the internet, watching YouTube videos, reading articles, and they really are one of, if not the easiest to manage and raise game bird. If you're thinking about getting into raising game birds for eggs or meat, quail are the best place to start. They are so quiet, small, easy to handle. One quail is usually a pretty solid meal. And you can blanch them, I think the term is. It's where you do the thing where you, like, make the stereotypical, like, you tie up, like, the little legs up into, like, the little Christmas turkey shape thing. And that's, like, that alone is, like, a good main course for a meal with, like, some mashed potatoes and maybe a vegetable. Like, one quail alone's a good meal. They start laying eggs after 8 weeks, the hens do, and they lay lots of eggs nonstop. You'll be inundated with them if you have enough quail. So if you're raising them just for the eggs, then you're going to have plenty of eggs. If you're raising them for the meat, you're going to have plenty of meat. If you're raising them for both, you're going to have plenty of both. And their feed's not expensive. Their health problems are few and far between. What's the term? Splayed leg. They can get splayed legs. Typically, the worst issue that I'm going to have to worry about when it comes to hatching my quail chicks and, like, raising them is that I'm going to have to keep an eye out for some of them having splayed legs. And if they do, I need to put that particular quail, I might have to quarantine them and put them onto high calcium quail feed, which will help them, their legs develop in a better way. Sometimes it may require a splint, but generally, when it comes to quail, like, it just seems like feeding them different food specialized for healing a specific injury or birth defect will solve the problems. Yeah, eggs getting stuck, sometimes you gotta, like, yeah. There's all sorts of fucking issues that can come up, but overall, not much is likely to come up, but if it does, I'm prepared to deal with it. Will you name your quail? I will probably have you guys name the quail instead of me. I might name my very first one that I'm sure is going to live and make it. But, like, after I'm sure the quail are actually going to make it, because, like, chicks have low viability, like, some of the chicks are going to die for no reason. You know, they'll hatch, they'll look fine. I'll like go to bed and wake up the next morning, and a few of the chicks will just be dead for no reason. That's just gonna be a thing that happens. It'll be sad, and it's unfortunate, but that is the reality of life. Some creatures are just born, and then they just fucking die. Just cause, and they were just unviable for some reason, and I'm not gonna do a fucking autopsy on them to find out why, but every quail owner can attest to the fact that this is a thing that does happen, and it's, you know, it's sort of inevitable if you raise any large amount of quail, but yeah, it's nature. Just don't let your quail cannibalize each other. They will. Birds are assholes and do engage in cannibalism. So yeah, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Thank you for contributing to the Quail Fund. Let me update the dono goal. Yo, Heavy Gretel, you bought an I Was Radicalized by Minecraft t-shirt. Thank you. That was 1 day ago, according to Streamlabs. Thank you for the merch purchase. Bring Vosh on with you for a 2v3 debate. You were talking about, you would both wreck them. I don't know, I feel like it's, I feel like it looks better to bring Mahler on for a one-on-one conversation or a 1v1 debate, if that's what he wants it to be, rather than me saying, no, I won't come on to your thing and accept your offer unless I get to bring my friend on. I don't know, it just, that sounds cucked as shit. Like, no, I won't do a debate with this guy unless I get to bring my friend. I don't know. I'd never do that. I do my debates one-on-one. I don't even like having a moderator. Even a friendly moderator that's like on my side, even then I don't like having a moderator. Or like teammates backing me up or anything like that. I just like having one-on-ones. I have done a couple of 1v2 pluses before. And ironically enough, I've won all of them. And they were my best debates. The Willie Mack show debate was functionally a little bit of like a 1v3 to 1v4, because occasionally the people that were in the call there as well like jumped in kind of against me a little bit. So like the vibe was a little bit against me, I would say. Then there was the sex cult, like the two, like, what were they called? The horny police. The horny police debate was very funny, and that was a 1v2, and I fucking slaughtered them. I've done a couple of like 1v2 plus debates before, but I'm not a big fan of them because I have to divide my attention, and they're harder. And as much as I hate to admit it, every time I do a debate, I'm kind of staking my reputation on it. Like, that's just kind of the reality of it. Like, you guys will legitimately think less of me if I lose a debate. So every single time I agree to a debate, I am taking a pretty large risk. So that's part of it too. Not that I don't have confidence in my abilities, but it's still a real risk. And nobody wins every single debate that they do, so it's just kind of inevitable that you'll lose a debate, and then people will give you shit for it. I had a small streamer pull me on a stream, and I found myself in a 1v7 debate. It was horrible. Yeah, I would definitely advise to be careful with stuff like that. Honestly, breeding fowls seems less stressful than breeding hamsters, who not only hate each other, but also tend to eat their own young in the position of Mars is wrong or a shadow goes over in their cage. If the position of Mars is wrong or a shadow goes over in the cage. Yeah, I do think that it's definitely going to be easier than like if I raised like rodents or something. The capybara, if I end up raising capybara, which I do think I'll do, though that won't be for well later on, after I'm like established in Seattle, because, you know, they're expensive, and I'm not going to like buy them irresponsibly. They're not very, like, to get them is expensive, but to raise them is not so much expensive. I don't think capybaras are allowed in the PNW. I checked, they are. You can, don't they need specific climates? I'd raise them indoors. They'd be indoor capybaras. I'd let them out in the summer, but, and like, you know, let them swim and stuff, but like, they'd be indoor capybaras. You also need a lot of space for capybaras. Not that much. Not really. A decent sized house that you let them mostly roam free in is generally enough. What they really need is companionship. You cannot just have one capybara. Capybaras are literally just giant guinea pigs. Taxonomically speaking, biologically speaking, they are guinea pigs that just for some reason get bigger and don't have as much color on them. They're just all tan, or like all brown. So, with that said, if you know anything about guinea pigs, then you know that you can't have one. You have to have at least two. So they have to have companionship, and mostly they entertain each other. They really just like to entertain each other, from what I've seen of like people having domestic capybaras as pets. Cappy-blappities. Bro, you passed my sub count, GG. Damn. Well, GG, Nellitrum. Xanderhall, I have faith in your ability for sure. I was just throwing that out there in case he hides behind his buds and won't do a 1v1. A 2v3 is a far better content and better for your sanity than a 3v1. Anyway, I'm sure you'd wreck them. I think I'd do fine. I think the issue is that, well, it would be really good content. What was I going to say? Yeah. I got a message on Twitter. I'll read it off. I won't say who it was from, but I got it around the time that I was beefing on Twitter with Mauler. Let's see. It was like a tweet someone sent me like that gave me a little bit of background on a bit of drama that had happened back in the day. Where is it? Here it is. I found it. Sorry about that. Mahler will not agree to a debate unless it is under his terms, like what he did with Jack Saint back in 2019, where Jack, when Jack posted his critique of Mahler and asked for a one-on-one debate, Mahler refused and demanded that it happened on his podcast and wanted his friend Rags and Dishonored Wolf to be there. Then Jack said that it can be a 2v2 debate between him and Patricia Taxon versus Mahler and Dishonored Wolf. But Mahler still refused as he wanted Rags to be on as well. Jack's reasoning for not wanting Rags is that Rags would just shout over them and be rude, whereas Dishonored Wolf at least would have restraint, and Jack's point becomes true when Rags was debating Critical Drinker on Blind Manor. He was such a rude, disrespectful idiot that most of the comments on that video not only surpassed the likes, but would call out all the bad things Rags did in the debate. Overall, Mahler won't debate people unless on his own podcast where not only will the person be outnumbered by the hosts and or other guests that will take Mahler's side, but an audience that is primed to support Mahler, support Mahler for the most part. It's why he went to debate Amazing Atheist, because it was on Sitch and Adam's podcast where he is liked, and him and 3 others outnumbered TJ in that debate. Yeah, so pretty much this person gave me a little bit of a history recap of Mahler's past when it comes to left-wing figures that have wanted to one-on-one debate him before, and it seems like overwhelmingly he will just always like, bow out and say no, and then ask that it happened like on one of the podcasts where it's like him and a bunch of his buddies that'll take his side on an audience that's going to be like hostile to whoever he's debating, and then he'll try to make it seem like if they don't agree to it, then then he'll literally just like sorry, my fucking throat. God damn. Oh my god, my throat is so fucking itchy. Oh. Okay, I think I got it. I don't know what that was about. Anyway, then Mahler will try to frame it as if your refusal to go onto a show with him and multiple other people that are going to take his side is you bowing out. So in my interactions with him in private, in DMs, I went out of my way to make sure I ended every response to his messages asking me to go on the show with him and the PSA Sitch guy. I was always like, but hit me up if you want to come onto my show and have a one-on-one conversation. Feel free to ask me anytime. So that he can't, like, screenshot any of our messages and try to claim that I refuse to talk to him or debate with him. Because you could tell very, very much so that he was trying to fish for screenshots of me, like, refusing to debate with him. So that was pretty funny. I could really tell he was trying to fish for screenshots, so I didn't let him. Did you know you can Ziploc bag a McDonald's burger for like 3 days and still eat it and you'll be fine? Dude, somebody left a McDonald's burger in like the back of their closet for 20 years and it came out looking exactly the same but hard as a rock. I'm not kidding. It's real. It was a real fucking video. It just dehydrated. It didn't mold over. It didn't get all rancid and disgusting. It just dehydrated and turned to fucking stone. Which is a little worrying about what the fuck McDonald's is. I'm about to get McDonald's right now. Enjoy. Immortal burger. Mahler would even make fun of other creators that do debate him, as he did with Just Right, where the latter did debate him and did not change his mind, and Mahler, whenever he tried to argue with JW whenever the chance on Twitter, to the point that JW had to block him. No, I mean, Mahler comes off as being like a very, very cunty kind of person, and it's why I kind of assumed that he'd be able to take a little bit of his own medicine on Twitter, like me calling him like some mean words, but he really seemed to get his feelings hurt by it, and like really seemed to be hurt by it. It's so bizarre. The only reason why I called him out in the first place is that I'm pretty sure Mahler has kind of like has shit on no bullshit and claimed that his type of content is like, you know, soulless, like grifting garbage, and yet he associates with people nonstop and literally funnels his subscribers to people that are doing the exact same type of content and are just as dumb. It just came off to me as very, very hypocritical, and not only that, but as indicative of perhaps that he himself is a grifter. I'd love to speak with him on it, though. A one-on-one combo would be great. Damn, Zan, I was literally eating McDonald's while watching you now. You see, I have spoken it into existence, it seems. All right, let's find some content to react to. Some chud content to respond to. What's PragerU up to? PragerU doing anything demonic lately? Oh my god, Mike. Rockets from Israel versus rockets from Hamas. Ooh boy, Zionist propaganda. To the left, strong versus weak is more important than right versus wrong. Wait. There's no way.
That any TV
Wait, is that... Hold on, okay. Alright. Are we about to respond to PragerU's Zionist propaganda? Actually... Wait, this is actually kind of sad. Chat. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? Three, two, one, action. Well, holy shit. I did not expect to see this when I clicked on the new uploads for PragerU. Oh my. Wow, this is actually sad. I mean, it's not sad, but I mean, it's... the old die off to make room for the new. I guess Daily Wire Plus has kind of taken a lot of the audience that PragerU once had, huh? Damn. Damn, dude. What did I say? What did I say, guys? This type of content has so little substance and so little soul to it that it is so easy for someone else to come along and take up the exact same mantle and just spill the exact same garbage. There is very little lifespan to these right-wing propaganda channels. They make a lot of money and get a lot of views in the time that they're popular. When someone else comes along that fits into the meta, they just take it right back up. Isn't it telling that, like, me as a left-wing channel, granted my growth has been slow and deliberate, like, I'm no less popular. I'm more popular now than I was when I started doing this, and my popularity has not, like no one's come and, like, replaced what I do. No one's come and replaced, like, what Vosh does, or what, like, Shark does, or what Demon Mama does. Like, there isn't this, like, or even, like, what any other lefty content creators do, like ContraPoints, whatnot. New people come along and, like, are inspired by them, but their channels don't just die out because, like, someone else is doing exactly what they did, but with the new meta, right? That doesn't really seem to happen as much, because it seems like left-wing figures have a little bit more, like, soul and passion for what they do. Even, like, the ones that I do think are grifting fucks seem to have a little bit more soul and passion what they do, and the audience tends to watch the content for more than having their opinions reevaluated. Reaffirmed. I'm not saying you guys don't watch my content to have your opinions reaffirmed. Many of you do. But, and you I guess it's okay, but you should really think for yourselves too. But the right only puts out content for the reaffirmation of people who agree with them and the brainwashing of those that are susceptible to agreeing with them. So I'm surprised to see that PragerU is not getting that many views anymore. Though this video stands out to me, it's from 13 days ago. To the left, strong versus weak is more important than right versus wrong. And there's an Israeli flag in the thumbnail, and there's a picture of Trevor Noah, and it says Israel, good or bad. Is Trevor Noah anti-Israel? I mean, I feel like he'd be likely to be. That's a repost from them. I don't care. It's still content, my friends. It's only a 4-minute video. Is this going to be like them responding to Trevor Noah, or is it just a clip of Trevor Noah? Oh no, it's them responding to Trevor Noah. Okay, let's see them respond to Trevor Noah. For the record, by the way, I think Trevor Noah is... I like John Oliver. He is my favorite of the internet left-wing, like, talky men. He is my favorite of them. Seth Meyers is my least favorite of them. I fucking hate Seth Meyers, alright? Trevor Noah sits somewhere between Seth Meyers and John Oliver for me. He's certainly not as bad as Seth Meyers, but he does not even come close to being as good as John Oliver. Noah is just unfunny. I think he can be funny sometimes. I think Trevor Noah dips a little bit too far, like, a little bit cringily too much into the liberal id pole. And you gotta dip pretty far into liberal id pole to make me cringe. Because, I mean, I am, like, a fucking intersectional, like, feminist, progressive, lib type, you know? Not let's go to that! No, not let's go to that! I was saying let's go to me getting the audio booster to work. Wait, hold on, no, wait. No, don't clip that. Hold on, no. I was saying let's go to getting the audio booster to work. Hold on. Not to the Israel fucking bombing Gaza. Okay, oh jeez. Oh boy. Wow, okay, let's not, come on, guys, come on. Don't do that. Don't be like that. Come on, don't be like that. Damn, you guys got me.
Israel, Hamas rockets have killed 2 people. And this exchange of fire comes after the Israeli assault in and around the...
I should rewind, by the way. Basically, he's summing up the casualty comparisons between what Hamas has done to Israel and what Israel has done to Palestine, and claiming that they are going after Hamas. Obviously, the Hamas missile strikes that killed 2 Israeli citizens are horrible, and obviously Hamas is bad. Like lobbing missiles at a civilian population, which is what Hamas does when they fire rockets at Israel, is horrible and objectively bad. But you know what else is horrible and objectively bad? A country that literally determines its citizenship based on race and ethnicity, that has one of the most reactionary and right-wing governments in the Western world, that is allied and backed by the most powerful country in the whole world, that is engaging in a literal turf and territory grab of a group of people that have lived there for... I actually don't know how long, but I'm gonna guess minimum hundreds of years, possibly thousands, probably thousands. Obviously, there's the settlement, like the settlements thing, where like the Israeli state is like expanding out, and they're establishing settlements in Palestinian territory. More so, it's been a while since I've covered this, so I'm like blanking a lot on the geography, but I'm pretty sure to the west of Israel is where the land is that belongs to Palestine that they are encroaching into. That is where you're seeing a lot of the settlement stuff happening. I may be wrong though on the geography. And the Gaza Strip is to the east of Israel, more so. I'm probably wrong about the geography here. Go fucking Google it. But I'm doing my best to like visualize it here. Pull up a map. I should do that. Why didn't I do that in the first place? I probably should have done that in the first place. Why didn't I? Thank you, chat. I don't think well while I'm high. Alright, chat. Let's look at this shit. So this is Israel right here. And this is the Gaza Strip. Wow. That might be the most geographically obvious border I've ever seen. Why did they even put the dotted line there? You can just tell by looking from the sky. Yeah, no fucking shit. There's a line in the fucking earth that denotes where the Gaza Strip ends and Israel begins. Holy shit. I wonder what it looks like when you zoom in on this area. What's going on here? Yeah, it's... Why did I think there would be Street View? Why did I think that there would be Street View? Google, how much would you pay me to drive a Google car down the border of the Gaza Strip? I will do it for $1 million. I will drive up and down this shit in the Google car and get you Street View for $1 million, Google. I'll do it. I will fucking do it. I'll do it. With you thought they'd allow a Google car there? I mean, maybe. Or is there even like... Wow! I mean, are you fucking surprised? Wow. Not in Israel either, it looks like, by the way. Not much in Israel either. Like, some of the main highways and main cities... But besides that, it's like random fucking photo points. Aztec Monument. Why I read... Dyslexia. I read that as Aztec Monument. And Anzac Monument is the closest photo point that I can get to the border. God help me. Okay. We're stunlocking way too fucking hard on this. Anyway, I wish the borders were a little bit more defined. I'm going to switch to this so it's easier. So here we have Israel. And here we have the Gaza Strip. Wait, I was right. So to the west we have the Gaza Strip, and then to the east we have the area of the West Bank here that Israel. Well, it's more actually to the north that Israel is sort of like encroaching into. As a matter of fact, someone in chat linked a map that goes a little bit more into detail. The Israel Live UA map. That literally breaks down what the fuck is going on. Oh, wow. Death. That's always a good thing to see on a map. Am I right, guys? Death. Israeli army says troops came under gunfire at the Jalama crossing in the northwest bank earlier. 2 Palestinian gunmen shot. The Israeli army says it will provide more details later. Well, that's great. Anyway, yeah, you can kind of see a little bit of what's going on. Let's look at what's going on in the Strip first. We'll start here. Hamas has announced a restoration of ties with Syria's Assad government. Oh, lovely. I'm sure that Israel will absolutely use that as justification to bomb more Palestinians. Israeli army says it arrested 4 Palestinians and confiscated 2 vessels at sea off the coast of Gaza overnight. The military suspects they were involved in a smuggling attempt. I will note, by the way, that Israel's claims about this conflict have oftentimes proved themselves to be dubious at best. They have a tendency to whitewash their own actions and intentions a lot. Israeli army says troops arrested 17 wanted Palestinians during overnight raids. Let's see what's going on in the West Bank. Press says Israeli forces arrested about 20 Birzeit University students who were camping in the Zarqwa? I cannot with these names. I'm sorry. If you want to claim that I'm ignorant for not being able to pronounce these names, then go ahead, okay? I'm American. NA education. Between the towns of Beit Rima and Aboud, northwest of Ramallah. Huh. Well, they arrested 20 fucking students who were camping. Just for camping? That sounds a little fucking cringe. Not a big fan of that. What's happening more recently? Israeli army says troops arrested 8 wanted Palestinians. That's the one we just saw. U.S. Special Envoy for the Combating Anti-Semitism your Iranian President Raisi's call for... Oh my god, my brain is poisoned by video games, okay? The villain in Dying Light's name is Rice, and this guy's name is Ricey. Literally an I added onto the end. Very similar name. For those that don't know, Dying Light is a dope-ass game that takes place in Turkey, and the lore of the game is that, like, the Olympics were being held there when the apocalypse happened, so everybody is from, like, different parts of the world. And so, like, it's, like, a really, really, like, massive melting pot hodgepodge type zombie apocalypse, and it's dope as fuck. Holocaust happening ludicrous. Wait, hold on. Iranian President Raisi's call for research to determine whether the Holocaust happened is ludicrous and dangerous. His statement is a form of Holocaust denial and a form of anti-Semitism. Huh. How do I feel about that? Is it anti-Semitic to inspect the evidence of the Holocaust? Because one of the big issues that the Nazis burned and destroyed a lot of the evidence of their genocide, so it's really hard to nail down exact numbers on how many people were murdered. Zan don't fall for their Israeli Jewish propaganda. Okay, so there's a really big problem that Israel likes to do where they will weaponize real anti-Semitism and make it seem as though that is evidence that their horrible actions are justified. And then they will conflate genuine criticism of the state of Israel with anti-Semitism. And then it gets even more frustrating when the state of Israel, or even the state of Israel's fucking president, or ex-president Netanyahu, says things like, the Jews that died in the Holocaust weren't real Jews. And it's like, what the fuck? How are you claiming people are anti-Semitic? It's like, okay. I'm pretty sure Netanyahu literally said that, by the way. Hold on, let me fact check that. Don't want to spread misinformation. One day I'll know how to type. Oh, never mind. I'm a little bit off. Netanyahu insisted Adolf Hitler only wanted to expel Jews from Europe, but that Grand Mufti, Jerusalem Haj Amin al-Husseini, told him, burn them. So basically, Netanyahu claimed that Adolf Hitler was only going to expel, just deport all the Jews from Europe, but then the Palestinians were like, nah, Hitler, you know it would be really fucking pog? If you genocided the Jews. Sorry, so it wasn't that he said that the Jews that died in the Holocaust were not real Jews. It was that it was the Palestinians' fault and not Hitler's fault that Hitler killed the Jews. My bad. My bad. I believe that was actually Bibi that might have said that, like his son, I think it was. Somebody said that. Somebody in high regard in Israel said that the Jews that were killed in the Holocaust weren't real Jews. I know for that for a fucking fact. I'm just mixing up the people who said it. It really is a terrifying amount of literal Holocaust denial and anti-Semitism coming out of Israel, isn't it? Isn't it kind of fucking weird? Isn't it kind of fucking weird? Anyway, let's hear PragerU's Zionism.
Instead of evaluating people.
Ugh. Oh. Oh. Ah. 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 That was absolutely monstrous, absolutely fucking demonic. All right, back to normal volume.
People and nations on the basis of right and wrong or good and evil. The left evaluates them on the basis of weak and strong. If you're weak.
All right, very cool. So we're already starting with a complete straw man of somebody who I don't even entirely agrees with arguments. That's fucking hilarious. The argument that Trevor Noah was making here was not that Israel is in the wrong because Israel is stronger, and Palestine is in the right because Palestine is weaker. He was making the argument that Israel creates propaganda framing itself as a victim of Palestine and of the Palestinians' hatred for them and of Hamas's murder of them. And that they nonstop frame themselves as Israel being the underdog, Israel being the ones under attack, when the evidence overwhelmingly suggests that Israel is the one racking up nonstop kills. They're the ones encroaching on Palestinian territory, and the evidence is just not on the side of Israel. The evidence is also on the side of Israel pushing massive amounts of propaganda meant to spread anti-Palestinian, literally racist ideology. People like most listen, I'm not going to say that every single Zionist who says something bad speaks for Israel, but like when you have large public figures who are proud Zionists like Ben Shapiro, who have gone on record saying that Palestinians only know how to live in the fucking sewers and eat their own filth and shit, and they live on, or whatever he said. It was something along those lines. They only know how to commit violence, kill, and eat their own feces or something he said, and live in the sewers. Like, when you have avowed Zionists who are large public figures saying things like that, it starts to become pretty obvious, like, what the framing is supposed to be here. That the enemy are these like, you know what it is? The Zionist position is to frame the Palestinians as being these morally corrupt, filthy, disgusting savages, while at the same time being overwhelmingly dangerous and a threat to the way of life of Israelis. And not only that, but to the way of life of any Jewish person on earth. Isn't that strange? The enemy is simultaneously weak and pathetic, but an overwhelming danger to your Arabs, not Palestinians. Thank you. Oh, even better. Oh my God. It was an even broader ethnic group, not even or racial or ethnic group, racial. I don't even know. Not even just the the people of a country. It was even more racist than I thought. He obviously, listen, if the quote was referring to Palestinians, he would have obviously meant Arabs. But I'm glad that he was just honest enough to say Arabs and not use the, like, Palestinian dog whistle. Because, like, let's be real, tons of people who are just hate Arab people and are just racist against them will literally just say, oh, I'm just a Zionist. Oh, I don't like Palestine, because it's one of the instances in which it's acceptable, in America at least, to, like, take the side of Israel against the evil brown people or whatever. It's very common. It is very common. It's what, I won't say it's what PragerU does, because, I mean, PragerU is definitely a Zionist organization, but, yeah, let's hear the straw man. Let's hear it.
Weak, you're good. If you're strong, you're bad. Israel is strong, therefore it is bad. America is strong, therefore it is bad.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. No. The point that Trevor Noah made was that obviously Hamas is bad, and obviously the Israeli bombing of Palestinian citizens that are not Hamas is bad, as well as the other practices that Israel has engaged in. However, the thing that he was pointing out is that the propaganda is dishonest on the side of Israel. It is not an Israel is the underdog fighting off an evil oppressor that is trying to encroach on their way of life in their land. That is all that he's calling out here. PragerU and people who support Zionism do not have an argument against that call-out, because it is a very apt call-out. Israel loves to make themselves seem like the victim when they are, in fact, a fucking powerhouse, okay? Israel is a military fucking powerhouse that likes to make itself seem like the little kid on the playground that's getting its candy taken away, okay? Like, Israel is like the little kid on the playground that has the teacher standing over him 24/7 to make sure nobody picks on him. Oof. We got an actual Nazi in the chat. There we go. See? I can prove that I am not, in fact, anti-Semitic by banning a Nazi, as I dunk on the Zionists. With that said, though, I think that it's important to remember that this is not an argument. Trevor Noah made a true statement. PragerU, which is a Zionist organization, realized they cannot argue against what was said, so he is strawmanning the position of Trevor Noah and is going to say, the left thinks that if you're strong, you're bad, and if you're weak, you're good. And, you know, that kind of sounds like it makes sense, right? Like, to the average politically uninformed dumbfuck who's likely to click on a PragerU video and actually take whatever it says seriously, doesn't that sound kind of intuitive? The people who watch this type of content want to have the opinions that they got from common sense and pulling shit out of their ass reaffirmed. They want to feel like they are smart and logical enough to have come to the right conclusion on their own, and anybody who challenges that and does not reaffirm that is offensive to them. It will not be until, as George Carlin said, they reach the age of reason that they realize they have just been being fed propaganda, that they're having reaffirm all of their opinions, and they're not challenging themselves, and they're existing in an echo chamber. One day they will realize.
The Palestinians are regarded as weak. Therefore, they're good. When you're guided by a moral compass, you don't ask who's strong.
By the way, the Palestinians are not weak. The Palestinians are being victimized. There is a difference. There's a difference between saying the Palestinians are weak and saying the Palestinians are being victimized. The Palestinians are being victimized. They are not weak. I don't know. It just seems like such a weird... It's like in this video, they have to put in like the Palestinians are so weak and shitty, aren't they? Propaganda in their video. I don't know.
And who's weak? You ask who's morally right and who's morally wrong.
Is this him admitting that Palestine or any threat that could come from Palestine is lesser than Israel makes it out to be? I feel like that's what he's kind of admitting here. Because he's not actually arguing against that premise. Instead, he's just trying to strawman it into that being the argument the left is making, that weak equals good and strong equals bad. He's not even arguing against that premise, or the premise of Israel having more firepower than any threat from Palestine could. Which is literally the basis of like 80% of Zionist propaganda. Okay, I guess he's ceding like 80% of the points that Zionist propaganda like bases itself on.
50 years ago, Israel was not a big issue for the left. Why? Because it was perceived as weak.
No. Excuse me. As far as I'm aware, the left... Citation needed, by the way. The left has never been in favor of Israel. Now, if by that he means... Democrats are still in favor of Israel. The only people who have ever been anti-Israel have been radically left-wing people and neo-Nazis. And they are anti-Israel for the same reasons the people that are radically, like, left-wing are. Yeah, like being Zionist in America is overwhelmingly popular, both right and left. The average conservative in America is massively Zionist, and simply because of the sake of having to win the popularity contest, that by default kind of means that most Democrats are too. I've yet to see a mainstream Democrat hardcore speak out against the actions of Israel. It just doesn't seem like it's very common.
But after the 1967 Six-Day War, in which Israel achieved a stunning military victory, it all changed. Israel became strong.
I have not learned about the 6 Days War since I was in 6th grade. So correct me if I'm wrong. But didn't that literally result in, like, Israeli soldiers, like, smoking the fuck out of just a shit ton of Palestinians? Like, wasn't it just a fucking slaughter? Like, I'm pretty sure what he's wording as decisive, amazing victory was more so, like, historically looked back on as, like, a slaughter, right? The 6-Day War, also known as the June War, was an armed conflict fought from the 5th to 10th of June 1967 between Israel and the coalition of Arab states, primarily comprising Jordan, Syria, and Egypt, then known as the United Arab Republic. Okay, I know this. Relations on normalized versus... Okay, well, I want to go to the... casualties. As the commencement of hostilities, both Egypt and Israel announced that they had been attacked by the other country. Wait. At the commencement of hostilities, both Egypt and Israel announced that they had been attacked by the other country first. The Israeli government later abandoned its initial position, acknowledging Israel had struck first. That was how it fucking started! Okay. I hate reading, so I think we've seen enough. That was the very first thing. That was the first sentence of the casualties section. That was the first sentence of the casualties between just Egypt and Israel section during the 6 Days War.
Strong, so Israel became bad, and the Palestinians were weak, so they became good. So no matter how much terror Palestinians engage...
This is literally the level of thought that inspired the socialism is when the government does stuff. And the more stuff the government does, the more socialista it is. And when the government does a whole lot of stuff, it's communism. This is literally the conservative, like, propaganda that inspired that ironic meme. You guys thought that meme was, like, over the top stupid? No, it is literally word for word. Replace a few words. Pretty much the same thought process conservatives use. Yeah, no, it is not an exaggeration.
...engaged in, hijacking airplanes, murdering 11 Israeli athletes and coaches at the 1972 Munich Olympics.
Okay.
Blowing up Israelis in pizza parlors.
By the way, one of my favorite things about PragerU videos, and you should always look out for this whenever you're watching something that you may potentially suspect of being propaganda, is when they make arguments or they refer to specific things when instead of citing anything or actually showing a real news article or like citing anything real, they instead show like what PragerU does, which is like an unlabeled, unmarked graph that'll say like, when socialism goes up, happiness goes down, or random like, what Israeli wedding bombed? What story is this referring to? I'm sure plenty of Israeli weddings have been bombed by Hamas. I'm sure that's happened, but like, what they don't actually source anything. Hey Xanderhall, any sources in the description? No PragerU video has ever cited its sources in the description. They do not do that.
And at weddings, the left's position never changed. Palestinians good, Israel bad. Because the Palestinians were weak and Israel was strong.
Amazing.
That's one of the 3 ways the left judges the world. You can test this theory in other ways. Why is the United States bad? Because it's strong. And third world countries that oppose the United States are good. Cuba...
Wait. What? Okay.
For example, has been adored by the left for decades. Never mind that Cuba's...
Okay. Oh God. Okay. All right. Something that you have to realize about propaganda, which is what we're watching right now, is that propaganda will tell you that the world is black and white. That the side they are on is good and is fighting for virtue and justice, and that there is no flaws or no chinks in the armor of their side, and that the bad side is not worth listening to and do not pay attention to them. That is what they will do. Now, okay. This is propaganda. The world is nuanced here. It is not black and it is not shades of gray. It is all black and white. They will not acknowledge the possibility that America has done bad things and Cuba has also done bad things. There is no shades of gray allowed in this scenario. If you acknowledge a world in which it is not black and white, you are seen as completely disregarded. You are a crazy leftist, Antifa, whatever the fuck, and you shouldn't be listened to. That's how these people think. That's how these people show their propaganda out to their audiences, to their very, very impressionable audiences. The Cuba situation is very, very complicated. Where do I start? Fuck. Okay. All right. Cuba's government and Cuba's leadership is not good. There are numerous human rights abuses, numerous instances of just lack of competence in leadership, Many people there have suffered due to, you know, like the behavior of the government. That is true. However, comma, it is also true that the suffering of many Cuban citizens, especially today, is not the fault of the Cuban government or even of its economic system, but arguably the fault of embargoes and tariffs and trade being cut off to some of the most to the largest like economies in the world. Cuba has produced some of the best doctors. Cuba has some of the best medical care and some of the best medical research you could really hope to find in the world. My point being that this, I'm not saying Cuba is good, nor am I saying it's bad. However, this guy is saying Cuba bad, America good. That is what he is saying here. I am willing to acknowledge the world exists in many shades of gray. There are very complicated questions of morality that don't have simple answers, such as the case of like whether or not okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. Like a shit ton before, okay, hold on, let's go back to fucking, I'm actually just going to read you guys the Wikipedia article because why not? Cuban Revolution. The Cuban Revolution was an armed revolt conducted by Fidel Castro and his fellow revolutionaries in the 26th of the 26th of July movement, and its allies against the military dictatorship of Cuban President Fulgencio Batista. The revolution began in 1953 and continued sporadically until the rebels finally ousted Batista on the 31st of December 1958, replacing his government. 26 July 1953 is celebrated in Cuba as Dia de la Revolución, the Day of the Revolution, if you guys don't know Spanish. The 26th of July movement later reformed along Marxist-Leninist lines. That was probably a step in the wrong direction. I think that might have been in that. Isn't it funny how often you have like this group of based revolutionaries in history that fight off some horrible oppressor, and then somehow Marxist-Leninism gets involved, and later down the line you end up with an authoritarian dictatorship that the entire Western world looks on as an example of why socialism or communism doesn't work. Isn't that interesting? Becoming the Communist Party of Cuba in October 1965. Now here's the problem, though. Where is the section on aftermath, relations with the United States? The Cuban Revolution was a crucial turning point in the U.S.-Cuban relations. Although the United States was initially willing to recognize Castro's new government, it soon came to fear that communist insurgencies would spread through the nations of Latin America as they had in Southeast Asia. Can't be having that, right? Meanwhile, Castro's government resented the Americans for providing aid to Batista's government during the revolution. No fucking shit. After the revolutionary government nationalized all U.S. property in Cuba in August 1960, the American Eisenhower administration froze all Cuban assets on American soil, severed diplomatic ties, and tightened its embargo on Cuba. The Key West Havana ferry shut down in 1961. I forgot there used to be a fucking ferry between Key West and Havana, Cuba. Fuck. One of the things I hope I get to live to see is like I want to see Cuba and America have a little bit less tension in my lifetime, because like I literally lived in Florida my whole life, and I was told like stories about how you used to be able to take a fucking ferry from Key West to fucking Cuba, and you just like paid $60 or like $30, and you just rode a boat for like an hour, and you made it to Havana from Key West. You could literally start in Miami. You could start your morning in Miami, drive for a few hours from Miami to Key West, get on a ferry, and ride an hour to Havana. Start your day in fucking Miami and end it in Havana. Literally eat your breakfast in Miami and eat your late lunch in Cuba. God, that would be fucking dope. Havana, na. Anyway, yeah. Where was I? The U.S. government launched the Bay of Pigs invasion in which Brigade 2506, a CIA-trained force of 1,500 soldiers, mostly Cuban exiles, landed on a mission to oust Castro. The attempt to overthrow Castro failed, with the invasion being repulsed by the Cuban military. The U.S. embargo against Cuba is still in force as of 2020, although it underwent a partial loosening during the Obama administration, only to be strengthened in 2017 under Trump. The U.S. began efforts to normalize relations with Cuba in the mid-2010s and formally reopened its embassy in Havana after over half a century in August 2015. The Trump administration reversed much of the Cuban thaw by severely restricting travel by U.S. citizens to Cuba and tightening the U.S. government's embargo against the country. Yay, who would have fucking thought? A Republican president made things much fucking worse. Oh, here's a quote from U.S. President John F. Kennedy, interview with Jean Daniel on the 24th of October, 1963. Let's hear what U.S. President John F. Kennedy had to say about Cuba back in 1963. I believe that there is no country in the world, including the African regions, including any and all countries under colonial domination, where economic colonialization, humiliation, and exploitation were worse than in Cuba. In part of owning my country's policies during the Batista regime, I believe that we created, built and manufactured the Castro movement out of the whole cloth and without realizing it. This is him realizing, by the way, that their support of the Batista regime created all the human rights abuses that he admits exist under the Castro regime. I believe that the accumulation of these mistakes has just jeopardized all of Latin America, and the great aim of the elite alliance of the progress is to reverse this unfortunate policy. This is one of the most, if not the most, important problems in American foreign policy. I can assure you that I have understood the Cubans. I approve the proclamation which Fidel Castro made in the Sierra Maestra. Sorry, my nose be itchy. When he justifiably called for justice and especially yearned to rid Cuba of corruption. I will go even further. To some extent, it is as though Batista was the incarnation of a number of sins on the part of the United States. Now we shall have to pay for those sins. In the matter of the Batista regime, I am in agreement with the first Cuban revolutionaries. That age is so fucking bad, dude. U.S. presidents admitting that they were wrong and then saying the people that they will again in the future turn against and demonize are in the right is really just peak American anti-socialist action, isn't it? Saying, oh yeah, that time we sided against the socialists was really fucked up and bad. We really fucked up there. We're gonna have to make up for that. And then siding against the socialists again in the future. And doing the same fucking thing, dude. Love to see it. Love to fucking see it. There's our little history lesson to debunk some more propaganda. We're about to get lies from PragerU, so I'm glad that we just, preemptively debunked them.
Communist Party has ruined Cuba, that Cubans have no civil rights, and Cuba is one of the poorest countries in the world.
Wow, I actually didn't even expect this dog shit propaganda to stoop this low. I didn't expect it to stoop this low and to be this fucking bad.
Since Cuba is weak, to the left, Cuba is good. The same was true with North Vietnam in the 1960s. It was considered weak.
Bro, I love how they have to, cope so fucking hard. Yes, America did go after these much weaker powers in unjust ways. But we aren't even going to talk about the fact that our reasons for going after these countries and engaging in conflict with them in any way were unjust. We're just going to claim that the only points the left had were that one side was stronger than the other. We're not even going to acknowledge the moral side of the argument and which side had, like, the most moral weight to their, you know, argument or their side of the war. Not even going to acknowledge that side of things. Propaganda can't do that.
So it was good. The U.S. was strong, so it was bad. It didn't matter that America was trying to preserve the freedom of the South Vietnamese exactly as it had preserved the freedom of the South Koreans.
Hey, Dennis Prager, how does the left feel about the U.S. bombing Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Japan, one of the most powerful countries in the world at the time, allied with Nazi Germany, and America nuked 2 civilian populations in Japan. The left does not support that or look back kindly on that. I'm sorry. I thought Japan was literally allied with the Nazis, one of the most powerful countries in the world. I thought the left only sided with the underdogs. Japan that wasn't really the underdog there until, you know. Oh. Yeah. Interesting. I wonder how he'd acknowledge that. I wonder what Dennis Prager's response would be to that. I think his response would be, "Get out of here, Antifa hippie," and then he'd scream and piss himself.
The U.S. was strong, so it was bad. Which brings us back to Israel. The stronger Israel gets, as it effectively defends itself, as its economy grows, and as its diplomatic position improves, the more the
Japan was even offering surrender in that case America was the overdog. I assumed that that's what he'd say. Was Japan offering surrender? I've heard that case made, but I've also heard the opposite. God, you know what we should do? It's such a long video. I don't know if we can do it tonight. We will watch the Sean video on North Korea, or on North Korea. Why have I say North Korea? I do want to watch a video on North Korea. We'll watch the video by Sean on the nuking of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It's really long, isn't it? Isn't it fucking... It's 3 hours long? Yeah, we'll watch that another night. I do want to watch that, though, because I haven't seen it. Yes, Sanderhall, on the condition that they could keep their emperor, America bombed them until they offered unconditional surrender, and then America let them keep the emperor anyway. Oh, wait. America wanted to occupy Japan post-war. Wasn't part of Japan's surrender, like terms that, like, America just be like, okay, we're done, we're good with, let's get out of here, and not that America come in and occupy it like they did for many years afterwards? Because America literally just, like, occupied, like, American troops in Japan for years after the war. There were just armed American troops on the streets and in the ports of Japan for a very long time after the war. I don't know.
The left hates it.
Wow. You know, it really is nice to know that the right has such an easy path to creating effective and very harmful, misleading propaganda on the internet. Love to see it. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video somehow, please consider leaving a like, whether you're watching it live, or you're watching the VOD after the fact, or if you're watching the segment when it goes out as a video on YouTube. Leaving a like is not a hollow show of support. It legitimately does send more people to my channel. It really does send more, views to my channel. It really does help the channel out. It forces YouTube to push my content in the algorithm. It helps me more than I think you guys even realize, so please hit that like button. If you want to see more from me on YouTube, you can also hit that subscribe button and hit the bell icon to turn on all notifications so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or I upload a new video. And of course, if you want to see more from me on the internet, you can follow my social medias, which are linked down below, including my Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and my fan Discord. And of course, if you want to support me financially directly, you can do so on my website, xanderhall.com/live, in the form of a donation, a gifted sub, or even just a subscription for yourself. You can also support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, and through Patreon. With all that said, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. All right, chat. Feel free to donate if you wish. That was another very good segment. We're going to move on to yet another one, but I am going to go pee and grab myself however many Uncrustables I have left in the fridge, because I do be hungry. Oh, man. I want to order some fucking McDonald's, like McDonald's breakfast after stream, because it's going to be, like, early enough, like, late enough in the morning that I'll be able to do that. But it's so expensive. Fuck. James Mitchell, thank you for the $2 super chat. I really appreciate that. Says, after the Battle of Midway, Japan was the underdog. I mean, I honestly, I'd say that for the most part, like, to be fair, realistically, Japan, like, compared to America, would be the underdog. But, like, as far as, like, the Axis powers and, like, the context of the war, Japan was... The Axis powers, if not seen as equal to the Allied powers, were seen as stronger and scarier than. Am I wrong? I feel like that's pretty accurate. I feel like that's real. Anyway, I'll put on the lo-fi really quick. I'm gonna go pee, grab myself a couple of Uncrustables, and we're going to hop right back into the content. I'm really enjoying doing this late night stream with you guys. I want to get, like, we've done 3 segments so far. I want to do at least 6 tonight. I want to do at least 3 more tonight. Ideally, 5 more. I want to bust out 8 whole segments tonight. And then I want to do the same thing tomorrow. And just get a massive backlog of videos set up so that I can do more chill gaming streams with mixes of politics in there, and feel less of a strong rush to pump out segments instead of focusing on doing fun streams, which is what I want to focus on right now, doing a lot of fun streams with you guys. So, yeah, I'll be right back, guys. More politics momentarily. Ah, fuck, I'm stuck. Oh, I'm crushing my balls between my legs. Oh, God. It hurts. Desolate, chat. Absolutely desolate. Oh, I regret to inform all of you there was only one Uncrustable left. No one knows what it's like to be the sad Zan. I saw streamer legs. Be sure to jack off quick, okay? They're only on stream for a second. Yeah, I'm gonna eat my Uncrustable really quick. That shirt is way too loose on you. No, I've just lost so much fucking weight that, like, this looks very loose on me. Very good. Mmm. Frozen Uncrustables are so good. You don't even know. Louis Vuitton, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Helps out a lot. Says, been a while since I've donated. Thanks for the Aussie stream, Zan. Be sure to raid Pixel when you're done. Pixel Smixel? Sure. Also, can you give advice for custom streaming / gaming PC building? Use PC Part Picker. It's a website that will allow you to basically digitally build your computer, like your part list. And you'll be able to budget it that way, and it'll tell you if any parts are not compatible or any issues that you might have. So you can make sure your build is perfect and will work properly before you even buy the parts. You'll know how much you have to spend for it all, and you'll know any, like, caveats you need for the build or anything like that. Zan, I have about 4K to spend. Can that buy a decent build? No, probably not. You should just donate it to me instead. No, I'm just kidding. For sure. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I would honestly say a pre-built might be your best bet if you're going to go for 4K. I honestly think you can probably get a fucking monster of a PC right now as far as pre-builts go. With 4K. Maybe even less. You can probably get an RTX 3090 pre-built for 4K. I feel like you could. I've seen 3090 PCs going for like 2,000. For a while there, pre-built PCs with 3,000 cards in them were cheaper than just buying a 3,000 card. Crazy. Mm-hmm. Nice. I feel rejuvenated. I feel amazing. Absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much for the $5, Louis Vuitton. And yeah, I will raid Pixel Smixel after my stream. One Piece 34. Thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. It says one last vid before I head for bed. Also, this series might interest you, Zan. What is this? Thank you for the $5, One Piece 34. Let's check this out. Oh, is this Primal? Yeah. Jendi Tartakovsky's new show, Primal. I've seen it. For those of you guys who've seen Samurai Jack, the guy who made that show has made a new show. I want to say it's similar. And it is similar in that it's Jendi Tartakovsky animation. So it's quiet, not a lot of dialogue, very similar looking. But conceptually, it's not just like a Samurai Jack clone. You know, it's something different. Let's watch the trailer. Thank you, One Piece 34. I appreciate that. cunt. Hey chat, what if you replace the H with a C? That's how I look when I'm looking for the nearest Five Guys in a new town. Immediately love the art style. Yeah, very, very similar art style to Samurai Jack. He keeps his art style pretty consistent across his projects, it seems. Great fucking pog. Damn, what the fuck? This bangs. Yeah, go check it out. After my stream. Do not leave my stream to go watch it, or I will fucking find you. And I will. Do something. Like fuck your mom or something like that, you know? Xander Hall, you have had a take on the Queen's death. Have you had a take on the Queen's death? Yeah, I think it's funny. I did a video on it. I just think it's funny to see Britt Bongers like mad. I made a video and I called it Chaos on, or like I called it like Chaos on Bonger Island or something. Bonger Island in Crisis was the name of the video. Bonger Island in Crisis. I think it would have been funnier if she outlived Charles. That would have been fucking crazy. Brits have brain cancer? Yeah, it really seems that way. British people really, like... J.R.R. Tolkien really was inspired by British people to make the orcs in Lord of the Rings. Did you know that? Like, the orcs were inspired by British people? J.R.R. Tolkien was like, yep, this is what we are. No way? You've never heard the orcs talk? Same teeth. You've never heard the orcs talk? They talk like this. Oh, you damn shrike. I'll stick me blade up your asshole, mate. That's how they talk. But British people aren't real? I really wish they weren't. Unfortunately, they are real. The least lovely. My viewer count dropped a lot when I started shit-talking British people. I shouldn't do that during a Eurocuck stream, should I? That's poor decision-making, isn't it? Okay, I gotta feed the cat. I'll be right back. The cat is mercilessly screaming. Is fucking fat. That is all I have to say, chat. Is the cat is fucking fat. It is not wearing a hat. Oh, god damn it. Come on, there we go. Perfect. It is not wearing a hat. But yeah. What's up, guys? Zan, next you're gonna tell me that you think Finland exists. Finland doesn't exist. Don't be funny. Well, British people have toast sandwich, so I think we can clown on them a bit for that. Yeah, God, the toast sandwich is such a weird concept. Why would you do that? Imagine being British. You couldn't be me. That's right, Scott Velez. No being British here. Don't body shame her. Nah, my cat's a little chunky little monkey. She's turning into lard. The cat is turning into lard. I pity the foreigners who will never know the culinary joys of America. Bro, I swear to God, I see like British food and it's like, what? Like, blood pudding? What is that? What is that? Blood pudding. Really? It's sausage, Lamau. Blood sausage? Sorry. It's like a fucking... It's a sausage made out of blood. And, like, entrails. Blood sausage bangs. I hate British people so much. I really do. Shepherd's pie kind of slaps, though. That is true. That is true. What about meat pie and beef Wellington? It's okay, I guess. The thing is, nothing with any flavor ever grew in Britain. So none of their food really, like, has anything going for it, you know? I'm sorry, but it's just true. What is the spiciest thing that grows in Britain? Naturally. Tell me. It's probably the fucking potato. Mint. Yeah, probably mint. Mint is probably the spiciest thing that grows in in the UK, okay? Mold, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Biscuits? Biscuits are not spicy. What are you talking about? Biscuits? You mean cookies? Potatoes came from the Americas? That's a lie. I refuse to believe that. They came from Ireland and they came from Russia. The two stereotypical potato places. They're spicy to British people? That is true. You're not wrong. That is true. Do you know why they're spicy to British people? One very important detail. One very important detail that you may perhaps have forgotten. Because British people are fucking cringe. And spiciness was developed by nature, by evolution, to ward off those that are cringe. Birds, cringe. Animals, cringe. British people, cringe. Those that can handle their spice, not cringe. And thus, they can eat it. And they're fine. If you are cringe, you just can't handle it. And British people are cringe. That's how it works. You ever seen an animal eat a hot pepper and just lose its shit? It's because it's cringe. Couldn't handle it. Imagine being like some fucking desert coyote eating a random pepper it finds in the desert and dying. Couldn't be me. Birds can eat spicy food? Don't they like shit fire when they do though? Isn't that where the term, that's where the term shit fire comes from. When birds like eat a lot of spicy food, they don't taste it and it doesn't like affect their stomach. So like when they shit, like sometimes like flames or sparks will come out from like this, like the hot peppers out of their cloaca. Like you'll get a little bit of fire and a little bit of sparks. That's what shit fire comes from. Okay, I'm finding us some content. What's next? Who else is posting cringe. Oh, we have not responded to Blair White in a century. Oh my god. We haven't responded to a Blair White video in God knows how long.
I'm not against gay people, but...
Okay, so her most recent video is revealing my insane custom gun collection, and all of her guns look like fucking Nerf guns, because she's very insecure and has to make all of her guns look like fucking child's toys, apparently. Exposing trans predator, reacting to woke TikTokers who really hate me. Let's watch this one. This is from a month ago. This got 500,000 views. Good fucking god. That's gonna be us one day, chat. This will be us. This could be us, but you guys are playing and not liking my stream. Speaking of which, you know what? You know what, chat? How many people do we have watching right now? 178. With 280 likes in the stream. That's actually damn good. But I feel like there's got to be at least 20 people watching right now that have not liked the stream. Can we get the likes up to 300 before we start this Blair White segment? I'm challenging you guys. I'm setting up a challenge for you guys to get this stream up to 300 likes before we start this Blair White video. Come on, guys. Hit that like button. 288. We're already 12 away. God damn. Come on, guys. Hit that like button. I know you can. Hit that motherfucking like button. 296. Come on, 4 more. I see it coming. Good shit, guys. I really appreciate it. You guys are amazing. 299. Come on. Let's go. 300. Yes. 300. The number of Spartans who stood at Thermopylae and fought off the Persian attack. That's probably a massive over-exaggeration and whitewashed history. I really don't believe the story of 300 would ever actually happened. Or even the story it's based on probably didn't even happen. React to Matt Walsh Mermaid next. Oh yeah, Matt Walsh did a video complaining about the mermaids. Yeah, I should do that. Like, chances are it was like massively... It was mostly slaves now. It was probably a bunch of slaves fighting a bunch of slaves. Like, that was usually how wars back then happened. Slaves being forced to fight other slaves being forced to fight, you know? Like, most of these powers use slaves to do their fighting for them, because their soldiers, their citizens, and certainly their emperors and kings did not want to do the fighting instead. The Spartans were actually only 300, but they weren't alone. Ah, I knew there was something about it that had to be twisted. There's no way 300 hardcore-ass motherfuckers just decided to hold up and kill thousands of soldiers that were coming at them, all on their own, for days. And the only reason they lost was because a hunchback fucking betrayed them or something. I forgot I left a tortilla on the stove. Big Joel did a really good video about how 300 is unironically fascist propaganda. Like, maybe even without itself realizing it's fascist propaganda. Alright, guys. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, goddamn, I cannot believe that it has been so long since we've covered a Blair White video. I mean, predictably, especially since we're kind of in what I can only describe as being Gamergate 2. You know, like, we're seeing, like, the rise of the right being dumber and more popular than it's ever been online right now. Yep, predictably, her videos are getting generally no less than 300,000 views, usually up to 800,000 to 1 million views. It's all like exposing trans predator shit. And like half of it's probably just random TikTokers saying it's okay for kids to be trans. Oh god. Alright. Here's her simping for Matt Walsh's What is a Woman documentary. By the way, Matt Walsh literally does not believe that Blair White is a woman. Matt Walsh would say to Blair White's face that she is a delusional, mentally ill man who, just like that one other lady said, should grow out her beard and live like a man and do everyone a favor. That is what Matt Walsh would say to her. Matt Walsh is not one of those conservatives that's cool with, like, the trans med passing conservative trans people. Like, Matt Walsh would call Blair White a pedophile to her face. Matt Walsh would probably try to kill Blair White. We're going a little far there. Matt Walsh wants Blair White dead, to be clear, though. I like the way that Matt Walsh talks about trans people is very much way more hostile and hateful than even the more popular hateful transphobes of the past would. Like, Matt Walsh is... It is a mark on YouTube's reputation every single day that Matt Walsh's channel is allowed to stay up, because he just blatantly breaks the TOS and just engages in hate speech against trans people on a daily basis on his channel. But yeah. Yes, Matt Walsh wants trans people dead. Alright. Reacting to woke TikTokers who really hate me. Alright, Blair. Looking lovely today. Sipping on your... is that an iced tea? I can't tell what that is. I'm gonna be honest, it actually looks kind of gross, whatever she's drinking. I don't know why, but anytime I see a coffee from a restaurant, and it doesn't have, like, the, like a whipped cream on top and, like, weird layers of shit, I just... It's like, why did you even get coffee at a restaurant? Just make your own coffee. It's cheaper. You know, like, why do you, like, pick it up from, from Starbucks? Are you too lazy to make coffee? It's her concentrated evil juice. Maybe it's fruit. It could just be fruit juice. That is true. It could be fruit juice.
There's a war going on, and your kids' genitals are at risk.
Most hated trans woman, move over, Blair White.
Sit down and get schooled.
I haven't even watched a full video of hers at all.
And there you have it.
Ah, yes. So, I am actually going to acknowledge this point right now because I've seen it brought up more often lately. People on the right nowadays have resorted to, instead of arguing against any claim or any argument made about them, they will instead try to resort to, I bet you haven't watched any of my videos. If you guys saw any of the back and forth I had with Mahler on Twitter, half of his fans were just saying, you just can't watch his 10-hour-long video. You haven't watched his videos. You can't criticize him. Watch his 10-hour video first, then you can criticize him. It's like, nothing that I'm criticizing him about is related to his 10-hour-long video. I'm criticizing him for unrelated outside of that behavior, you know? But that is their go-to response because it's all they have. A weird, like, I bet you haven't even seen what you're criticizing is all they have. Now, of course, they can't really say that to me because, well, I watch these videos live on stream and respond to them, so obviously I'm watching the stuff that I'm criticizing. But in this case, it is irrelevant to whether or not Blair White is harmful. You do not need to have watched any Blair White videos to be aware of her history and what she has done. God, Blair White, it's been so long since I've covered her, I feel like we should do like a recap of how much of a horrible person she is. She's blatantly lied and clipped out of context a, okay, so there was a video that she responded to claiming that trans women who are post-op with bottom surgery could get cervical cancer. And she said that's ridiculous, that's insane, and showed a screenshot of a paragraph from the Canadian Cancer Society about cervical cancer that talks about trans women's cervical cancer and kind of frames it in a way, the way it words it makes it seem like, almost like you would, like it's ridiculous to think that trans women could get cervical cancer. So it looked like she had shown some evidence that really backed up her point. Unfortunately for her, though, I went and I actually looked at that exact page, the exact thing that she cited, and read the sentence right after where she cut off the screenshot. Do you want to know what it said right after where she cut off the screenshot? Contrary to what you may believe, however, trans women can get cancer in the neocervix region, or the neocervix of the neo-vagina. I think that was the wording. Basically, it explained that trans women who are post-op can absolutely get cervical cancer in the neocervix post-op and should be getting checks for it. And Blair White just spread dangerous information to her audience of potentially many post-op trans women who are super trans medicalists and told them, don't worry about cervical cancer. Those lefty activists are trying to convince you can get cancer in your fake pussy. Don't listen to them. Don't fucking listen to them. When in reality, yeah, trans women, you can get cancer in your fucking pussy. Go get that checked out, just as any cis woman would. Because guess what? You're a woman. Yeah, so the propaganda has led to some pretty dangerous misinformation. There was also the time that Blair White, like, blatantly lied about her political compass test results. That was a really, really funny one. She basically did a political compass test in a video, and she answered all the questions in the video. And then she, did a little cut, and she's like, all right, here we're going to let's find out what our results are. And then there's a cut, and then it's, like, showing her results, right? And it shows a page... it shows a page with her political compass test result showing that she got a libertarian right result. And, you know, it seems like pretty reasonable. You know, it's what she would have wanted to get. She's like, not very surprising. It's what her audience would have wanted her to get. It's what she claims to be, yada, yada, and so on. Here's the thing, though. People copied the URL of the page of her results. And you see every... The URL for every result is the same every time. So if, say, I did a political compass test right now, then got a certain result, and you typed in the URL of the page I was on, you would get that result. So people did that. And the result they got was lib left. So this was interesting. Now, this alone is, like, pretty sus, right? But not a smoking gun. That is until people looked a little closer at the video itself and found she literally forgot to close the tab in her Google Chrome that she had open where she had searched libertarian political compass test result. She'd grabbed an image of that from Google Images and used inspect element to replace her result with that to lie to her audience about her political compass test results to make them think she's more conservative than she is. So there was that. So yeah, Blair White's a lying grifter, if you weren't already aware. All these people are. Isn't it crazy how overwhelming... Like, there's just so much evidence that all of these people are just lying grifters doing this for money? Isn't it crazy? Wild. It was so fucking wild. It's almost like the people who watch this content are foolishly feeding narcissistic, money-hungry douchebags. Wrong, Zan. They answered the same way in the test as her. They got a different page. No. They did multiple things. They typed the URL and got the libertarian left result. They answered the questions the same way as her and got the libertarian left result. And then they found that final screenshot. There was 3 total big, massive smoking gun pieces of evidence that proved this was the case. Zan is right. Yes, I know I am right. I'm very sure that I am right about this. I've covered it on stream multiple times. I've brought this up. What else has she done? Oh, yeah. There was also a trans woman that she decided to... Okay, so Blair White did a video responding to hate posts, or quote-unquote responding to hate posts by trans people that hate her. And the trans woman had done an article simply chronicling some of the things that I brought up, up to this point. Blair White's response to that was to take this trans woman's picture and Photoshop a beard on her for the thumbnail. And that led to a whole drama and everything as well. What else was there? Oh yes, then there was the bodybuilder. Who was the bodybuilder who she claimed the powerlifter, yeah. The powerlifter who she claimed was competing against women and just totally wasn't, and all it would have taken was reading past the first sentence of one of the first Instagram posts she'd made. What was her name? Janae Marie Kroc. It literally would have just taken reading past the first sentence to realize that she wasn't competing against cis women, and Blair White just spread that as a complete lie. That got so much attention, Blair White had to apologize. None of the other things I've listed though, has she apologized for. And you know why? She knows she did these things. She hasn't been caught yet. Nobody with a big enough platform has called her out for it yet. I don't have a big enough platform. I've called her out for these things over and over and over and over and over and over again. It has not come back to bite her in the ass because I'm just not a big enough YouTuber. I've only got 73,000 subs. She's got over 1 million. Most lefty content creators have under 100,000 subs, especially under 1 million subs or under 500,000. It is very, very hard for left-wing content creators online, especially these days, to hold these right-wing propagandists accountable for their blatant lies. Like, listen, you can disagree with everything I have to say as much as you like, but when your favorite propagandist YouTuber is just lying to make their points, maybe you ought to reconsider your following of that figure at least. Maybe consider finding a figure that believes in what you believe and can actually competently back up their beliefs without lying about it. Maybe that's worth considering. Anyway, let's get into it.
What the fuck's up? Welcome back to my channel. So today I thought it'd be fun to go up on a little app called TikTok and search up my name and respond to videos about me. Because, fun fact, I am banned from TikTok if you didn't know. And so I can't respond to any TikToks on the app, so I'm going to do it here. And also,
I bet it was totally unwarranted and a complete misunderstanding that was, you know, just total bullshit. Not a single grain of you know, not a single bit of justice in that ban. Not a bit. Could not be justified. Not even a little. I'm sure.
We all know TikTok is like the wokest of all the apps, and so everything I believe is going to pretty much be at odds with the prevailing narrative and theme of TikTok. And frankly, from all these woke TikTok videos we've done, we all know there's just fucking batshit insane people on that app. So let's see what everyone has to say. First up, we have Emily. What's up, Emily?
For the record, I will not deny that there are tons of batshit insane people on TikTok, many of them being on the left. Though what I will say is the vast majority of them are children who have not grown to their political beliefs yet. Every single generation, there has been some cringy kids that find a place on the internet to be cringe together, and then conservatives and adult men and teenage boys on the internet get together to make fun of them as if they're any better. Tumblr, TikTok, Musical.ly, Vine, what was before that? What else? I'm sure there's plenty of other examples, but yeah. This has always been a thing. There's always been young, teenage, usually, you know, like femme presenting, you know, teenage people online that have like engaged in what is considered like cringy, woke SJW behavior, and it's always been weaponized and politicized by the right, and they always use it as like this heralding of the end of the world. Like, posts on Tumblr by feminists were supposedly indicative of the coming of the end of men. Men's rights would come to an end because of Tumblr feminists. And now it's the rights of straight people and kids are going to be groomed into being trans because of TikTok. It's the same shit all over again. The cycle will always repeat. These people are not capable of originality. They are not capable of it.
I don't know if you saw this Blair White nonsense where she's like, I'm old enough to remember when first names of teachers was a mystery, and now they want to share their sexuality and what they're just...
Okay. I guess that there was a time when first names of teachers was like a mystery. Let's go back to the tweet. Can I please read the tweet off, please? Can we read the tweet? I'm old enough to remember when the first names of teachers was a mystery. Now they're telling kids what they're into sexually and what gender they want to be. So what Blair White is actually talking about here is like a teacher being gay and mentioning they have a husband or like have a wife or a partner, and like what gender they want to be is like being transgender and wanting your pronouns to be respected. Like, does Blair White think that if she was a teacher, it would be disrespectful to ask her students to call her Miss white. Like, if I called one of my cis teachers as a kid he and Mr., I'd get sent to the principal's office for being a piece of shit. Why should that be any different from misgendering a trans person who's my teacher? Why? This is such a stupid fucking tweet. So we've got a really stupid tweet, and then we've got somebody who is making fun of the tweet on TikTok who happens to fit a few visual stereotypes that the right has decided alone makes it so that anything you have to say is completely not worth listening to. Simply based on this individual's appearance, which I will not judge or make any comments on negatively, these people, like the people that watch like Blair White's videos will just say,
purple hair and being overweight on TikTok and left wing. SJW, I won't listen to a thing they have to say.
And completely write it all off. There's a reason why Blair White curated the appearances of the people that she featured in these videos. Let's be real. Blair White absolutely curates her videos and features the people in her thumbnails based on their appearance, and you can tell what she doesn't approve of appearance-wise based on her thumbnails and who she features. Let's just be very clear about that. She is being cruel in her selection and is very tongue-in-cheek, and she's literally doing like a smug dream, like the bimbo mean bitch version of the smug DreamWorks smile right now. Am I wrong? Is this not the dumb bimbo mean bitch version of the DreamWorks smile that conservatives do when they dog whistle some racist or homophobic or transphobic shit to your face and they know that you're the only one who gets it, and if you call it out you'll look crazy? That's what she's doing right now.
I'm old enough to remember when first names of teachers was a mystery, and now they want to share their sexuality and what their gender is.
Which is a legitimate problem. There are...
How is that a problem? How is the Guys, I really wish I could have a conversation with Blair White. Blair, if a teacher brings up that she is married to her husband in class, is that inappropriate? No, of course not. If a teacher brings up that he is married to his husband to his class, is that inappropriate? Well, you have to understand that a lot of the parents of those children in that class would not be okay with them being exposed to a relationship that is not traditional and that does not fall into the acceptable traditional conservative family values that many parents may only want their kids to be exposed to. So if you allow their kids to be exposed to that, you are actually inherently going against the consent of a lot of parents out there. That's exactly the kind of shit she would fucking say. Like, I can literally run an emulation of these people's smooth brains inside my own because they're so fucking dumb.
Viral TikTok videos literally every single day, hundreds at this point, of teachers coming out to their students, telling kids about sexual orientations that are just vague and obscure and not age appropriate. This is a very known problem that's happening.
Literally, give me an example, my friend. Never mind. She's actually doing it. Hey, Cherry. Hey, Cherry. Make this image of Blair be the thumbnail. And make it so the thumbnail says something like, purposefully spreading misinformation. Or like, when I purposefully spread misinformation. That would be fucking dope. That would be an absolutely extraordinary thumbnail for this video. 100%. She's literally doing... Hold on, can I show you what I'm talking about really quick? Let me show you what I'm referring to, and you'll know what I'm talking about. DreamWorks smile. Where's a good example? Yeah. 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 She's doing the thing. She's doing the thing.
And I don't feel bad about calling it out.
And I'm like, oh, sweetie, sit down and get schooled. You were born in 1998. I was born.
Wait, when was she born?
93. Miss Thing. Miss Thing.
In 19.
Did I miss something? Did I miss something that makes that okay? Did I miss something that makes Blair White referring to her as Miss Thing okay? Maybe I wasn't listening well enough. Maybe that's the pronouns that were put at the beginning or something, and I missed it. I'm guessing that it was Blair White being a bitch.
1985. I was starting high school before you were even conceived.
Congratulations. We all know the older you are, the smarter you are, right? Totally. That's like a thing.
Blair, your tweet started with, "I'm old enough to remember." The tweet that this person is responding to is one in which you used your age as a basis for why you are correct. You know, I have to admit, Blair White really is a shining example of why, like, trans women are valid. Okay, no, I can't. We're not. Oof, I forgot I'm on Twitch, okay? Twitch isn't okay with misogyny, even if it's being used to validate trans identities. I'm sorry.
So
you know what I was going to say, though.
I definitely remember the first names of several teachers.
Oh, you got me. Oh my god, my entire ideology is crumbling before me because you remember a first name of one of your teachers?
We totally knew them. It happens. We also knew their sex.
I literally, like, when I was in middle school, my favorite teacher, Mr. McManus, he talked about how his wife was going through breast cancer treatment, and he, like, gave us updates on how she was doing. And, like, his wife came to the school and, like, gave us like baked some stuff one time. Like, this is not an uncommon thing. So the sexuality is one of these things that's only ever thought about by straight people when it comes to gay people, or when it comes to people that aren't straight. Nobody thinks about sexuality or sexual. So, okay, any discussion around being gay or a gay character existing or someone being gay and discussing their partner, they consider the existence of a discussion around sexuality being like an inherent looming factor of any conversation or any scenario that even features an LGBT person. An LGBT person cannot exist openly in a space without it being propagandistic to them. That is how they view it. However, alternatively, all the time, in plenty of scenarios, the issue of sexuality with straight people comes up. Tons of kids in school have crushes and are encouraged to pursue them. We have fucking Valentines in school. We're encouraged to make Valentines and give it to your crush, okay? There are school dances. We're encouraged to get a date and bring a date to the dance. Are you fucking shitting me? Heterosexual relationships, heterosexual sexuality has been pushed and has been a looming constant of human life and of school life and of the life of children to a degree, obviously not overwhelmingly, but I mean, even kids have their crushes. Even kids are exposed to the existence of couples that are straight. However, conservatives explicitly view sexuality as only being a bad thing when it's gay people. And I feel like the only way that, obviously Blair White, I'm not referring to Blair White here. Blair White knows better. She is stupid, but she's also a lying, propagandizing grifter. We've already established this. Her fans, on the other hand, are stupid enough to genuinely believe that this is a good argument. They genuinely believe that this snarky like agenda that is being pushed here is effective. They're watching this and they're eating it up. They don't even think for a second about the fact that, like, they've been surrounded by discussions of sexuality and the context of sexuality their whole lives since they were kids, and it was never an issue until it was about gay people. It was never an issue until it was about gay people. Little boys being mean to you, quote unquote. Oh yeah, how many girls heard this? Hypers in chat. How many girls in chat heard this when they were a little girl? Little boys being mean means they have a crush on you is a phrase that was the bane of my existence growing up. Yeah, like this kind of shit has literally been pushed on kids for as long as there has been sexuality. It's only a problem when it's gay people. It's only a problem to these people when it's gay people. It's only then that's the only problem only time they care. It's the only time they care. It's because they're bigots, obviously. And Blair White is catering to them.
Sexuality, they were only too happy to share their marriage status, and sometimes
Because marriage status is totally the same thing as telling someone your sexuality.
I feel like the face she's making is the only response I can give to how stupid what she just said was. So I guess she is imagining a world in which teachers are allowed to say they're married and that they have a partner, but they can't say the gender of their partner. Because if you're a guy and you say you have a husband, that's a discussion of sexuality. Now, logically speaking, it would also be a discussion of it's literally a discussion of sexuality regardless. I don't think she understands what this means. Like, to say that you are married means that is a factor of sexuality. It's a very clean version of it. It's not like going to the nitty-gritty, but neither is saying I like boys or I like girls. It is only conservatives who, every time they hear that a gay person exists or see a gay couple, can only imagine one guy just absolutely going to town on the other guy's butthole, and so they just naturally seem to associate any gay relationship, no matter how, like, non-public display of affection it is, as being some raunchy display of sexual deviancy. Two gay people holding hands in public, all they can imagine is one guy fucking the other guy, apparently. Straight couple holding hands in public, no problem.
Right.
sometimes discuss their marriages maybe a little too much.
Probably shouldn't have. In fact, they definitely shouldn't have. I never have had any issue with if a male teacher is married to a man or vice versa. You know.
I love how bizarre these people will, like, backtrack their positions to. Yes, what teachers should not be able to discuss basically anything about their personal lives with students. Go fuck yourself. The best teacher I ever had was the teacher that would literally go on long stories talking about the travels that he did around the world and, like, the places that he went, because he'd use those stories to help, like, add extra context to the education we were getting from our textbooks. The best teacher I ever had was the guy that would tell stories about his, like, the places he went when he was in his 20s, and he was in his 50s or his 60s or something. So, like, this is just fucking stupid. This is just so fucking stupid. She is fumbling right now to find an excuse as to why teachers mentioning in any context that they are gay is somehow inappropriate in a classroom setting. And now she has to justify that with the fact that for centuries it has been acceptable for teachers to mention that they have a partner when they are straight.
Them bringing their partner around to school events or whatever, like, that's going to be a thing that happens, right? Obviously, I'm not anti-gay marriage and I'm not homophobic. However...
Yes, she is, by the way. Well, Blair White may not be anti-gay marriage or homophobic. Her audience is, and that is the audience she's shilling for. And the policies and the politicians she supports are also all of these things. So, you know, cool cop out. This just indicates to me, if anything, that she's spineless then. Why are you supporting so many politicians that stand against what you stand for? Yeah, every single time I pause Blair White, she's always making a hilarious face. She's just so pronounced and, like, bitchy in her mannerisms that it's really hard not to pause her on, like, a hilarious-looking mean girl face.
There's a difference between that, right, and teaching kids about sexuality, gender identity, teaching them that if they like boy things, they have to be a boy. If they like girl things.
How long have they been running with this narrative that there is this agenda out there that is telling girls that like boys' toys, that they have to be trans? There's this, like, so this is one of the most common, like, I guess, conspiracy theories they've been pushing, is that, like, tomboys are going extinct. That, like, any young girl who like, expresses any masculine tendencies or stereotypically masculine tendencies must be a trans man and will have trans masculinity thrust upon them against their will. This is just not real. Nor is it the real the other way around. Typically the way this goes is that if you've got a kid coming to you and saying, I think I'm a girl, I want to be called Susie, when they were born a boy named Tommy, then maybe you take them to a specialist that knows how to advise how best to proceed with either validating your child's gender identity or determining whether or not it's just your child, playing a game. Kids can play around. There's 5-year-olds who might, decide they want to pretend to be a girl for a little while. It's just a phase, and it's not them legitimately having gender dysphoria or anything. And that's why we have licensed clinicians who are specialists in this field who the left is desperately trying to make more accessible for trans youth so that they have doctors and medical procedures and medical processes that they can have access to that will guide how their transition, if it happens at all, should go. Seems pretty smart to me. Right now, there are only, last time I checked, to be fair, there might be more now. Last I checked, there were only 50 gender-affirming clinics in the United States. And no, there is not one per state. And yes, there are states that are surrounded by states that do not have any, which means there are, in fact, states where there's a multi-state road trip you have to take just to get to the nearest gender-affirming clinic. That is unacceptable. Not only that, but one of the most propagandized examples that people like Blair White will try to use, that there is some trans agenda going too far right now, detransitioners, the rate of detransition has overwhelmingly been shown to decrease over time, not only as being trans has become more accepted, but as access to gender-affirming care becomes more widely accessible. Most detransitioners did not transition with the medical advice and guidance of modern-day medicine and medical procedure. Many of them literally did DIY. Many of them did what people accuse Keffals of supporting. You know how people like to say that Keffals gives trans youth bathtub fucking hormones? Back in the day, in the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, that was how transgender people got access to their hormones and transition and stuff. It was very much not medically researched as well as it is today. It was not as well backed up as it is today. There was not as much money or effort being put in as it is today. It was more underground. Making this more accessible and making transition done under the care of more often under the care of an oversight of medical professionals and gender-affirming clinicians, and making that more accessible only results in the problems that these people claim to be real problems becoming alleviated. They won't advocate for this, though, because more gender-affirming clinics means potentially more young people with gender dysphoria having life-saving access to gender-affirming care, which is, of course, not what they want. They want them dead. They want the trans kids dead. That's why they want to force them to, not transition. It's because You know, they know the suicide rates. They tout the 40% suicide rates. They know what happens when trans people are not allowed to transition and are not treated with respect. There's a reason why they are cranking down so hard on these kids. They want to get them at the fucking root. They want to kill them. They want to kill the trans people while they're kids, because then they don't get to grow up and advocate for their own rights. Kids can't advocate for their rights very well, so you kill trans people while they're kids. You don't let them have their access to their mental health. You subject them to a society that has already been shown statistically to result in high rates of suicide and suicidal ideation and succeeding at suicide. And everything that these evil motherfuckers want is achieved. You can't tell me that you can look at somebody like fucking what's his name, Marco Rubio, and tell me that's not his goal. Is it Marco Rubio? Who am I thinking of? The governor of Florida right now. Is it Marco Rubio? Why do I feel like I'm getting the name wrong? DeSantis. Oh yeah, I am getting it wrong. Yeah, DeSantis, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Fucking old conservative piece of shit dumb fucks in the government. They all sound the same. All their names are the same. They're all the same fucking people. They're all ghouls. They're all ghouls. Yeah, Ron DeSantis. Can you really look at Ron DeSantis and tell me he doesn't want to kill trans children? Can you really look at Ron DeSantis and tell me he doesn't want to wrap his wrinkly, ghoulish geriatric hands around the necks of trans children and kill them himself? What a ghoulish piece of shit that man is. Like, these people do not have a shred of empathy or an ounce of care or remorse or concern for these kids. The kids that they are using for political fodder are political fodder and nothing else. They do not care about them. They're just being used for political propaganda. Lol, what the fuck is wrong with you, Zan? Are you triggered by me saying the truth? Have you seen half the shit that fucking DeSantis is pushed for? I'm from Florida, dude. Like, I know that guy's fucking background. I cover the shit that he does for a living. He's fucking evil. Yeah, and tell me how that kills kids. Oh, how denying trans affirming care to trans youth kills kids. Come on to stream. Swampy6, join Discord. Are you in my Discord server? Hop into my Discord server, and I want you to join the voice chat that is called it's called Debate Me. Actually, no, join the one that's called Q. Queue. Join that one in my Discord, and I'll pull you in whenever I'm done with the Blair White segment, and we can debate. How's that sound? All right, Swampy Fix, you've got 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Nah, I don't owe you my time because you're making hyperbolic claims. Okay, well, you're a pussy then, okay. Well, rough. Pussied out of the debate. Tough scene. For some reason I cannot access my website. Is my website still up? Because for some reason it is now completely broken on my end. My website chat is broken. I can't load the website. Site chat on my on OBS is broken. Site's down for me as well. Yes, it's up. So one person has said it's up, one has said it's down. Chat is borked. Okay, so we've had an outage. Okay, we've definitely had an outage. Damn it, I needed to stream longer. I really need to stream longer. Alright, I'll let Cherry know. Hopefully Cherry can get the site back up, or I'm just gonna have to wrap up stream. That's unfortunate. Damn, we were on a real roll, too. This was such a good stream. I can't see anything any of you are saying, by the way, if you're talking in YouTube or in website chat. Website chat's completely broken for me. Nothing's appearing on my screen. I've got nothing. So I'm real. I hope you guys are there. Yeah. Can't use YouTube chat? No, I won't make, like, it'd be completely, for one, no chat on screen, so it'd, like, mess up the segments. Two, any donations that aren't done through the website, take, like, a month for me to actually get, so, I mean, well, it's not the end of the world, it's just kind of, like, kind of fucking sucks, because YouTube takes 50% of every donation and makes you wait a month to get it, unlike the website. And also, it's just generally cringier on YouTube chat. Yeah. Damn, looks like I'm going to have to end. Damn. I thought we were going to be able to grind out so many segments, too. It was going so well. So well. I'll try to load it again. Nope, it's fully down. It's full on dead. All right. That's unfortunate. Well, guys, thank you all so much for coming out tonight. I'm really sorry that my site ended up dying. It's probably getting DDoSed or something. That's probably what's happening. That's very likely, in fact. So I'll see if we can do something about getting some more DDoS protection on the site so that Nazis and stuff can't knock me down. But if you would like to support me, because chances are, if it is DDoSing, I will not be able to stream and make money, then consider donating through Streamlabs or Stream Elements while I'm gone or something. It's always appreciated. You can also become a channel member. But yeah, sorry about that, guys. I'm pretty certain this is a DDoS. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. I guess I will see all of you guys during my next stream, because nothing I can do. Have a good one, guys. Bye-bye. Oh, bye-bye. Doo-doo fart.